Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream today. Can you hear me? Sound check. Are we good? Hello. Great. So, Haiku TV, thank you for gifts. Very generous of you. Yeah, we changed to Wednesdays since 3 weeks ago, I think it was. It fit the schedule a little bit better, so hopefully that will work. We will continue on Wednesday for now. Indeed, Happy New Year's, everyone. We are in 2023. That is crazy. So yeah, it's a new year, and this is a very exciting year for Mod Online. We have a lot of big things coming in the near horizon, upcoming patches, as you know. If you follow the roadmap, we have 3 quite juicy, large steps to take in the coming months. So those are a very important milestone. So the next patch, Sprint 4, we have Elementalism, a new magic school that is bringing a lot of good majory value to the game. A common question a lot of people, both old and new players especially, have been asking for projectile-based spells, right? And that's what we're getting with Elementalism, finally. So you're gonna have some really cool, interesting spells that obviously rely on your aiming skills and how you predict movement, and and there will be some different types for sure to experiment with, but a lot of cool, both very effective in PvE, but also PvP, obviously. There are specific group types involved with Elementalism. There's even a set that is quite efficient when it comes to sieging, and the next patch again is sieging and TC, so a good school to have already with TC as well. Henrik joined Gorillas. What is Gorillas? I don't stay that up to date. I noticed when it comes to new guilds and alliances. I saw there were some interesting guild conflicts curing up in some of the latest streams. Quite entertaining to watch and follow a little bit. Happy Juice New Year, everyone, indeed. So no, to gain Elementalism, you won't get a new specific dungeon that is Elementalism based. That was more for necromancy. Elementalism will be a little bit different. There will be a few various ways of learning and mastering Elementalism. Faithful Pepper, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. So I would say that Elementalism is, I think it's a little bit easier. Casual solo players can obtain them. The knowledge, it's just a matter of dedication and figuring out where to be to find the specific different types of skills and spells. So and as always, we try to incorporate the function we added, like when it comes to information to players, notes, lores, books, and various ways. But I think it would be yeah, my throat is, I just had a cold, what was it, like 2 weeks ago, and I got finally good. Now today when I wake up, I've got a little sting in my throat. So annoying. Like after Christmas, met people and family, you never know. So I have some tea in my special edition mortal mug. Trying to smoothen up the throat. So yeah, with that said, elementalism should be quite very soloable for sure to slowly obtain. There's a lot of things tied to elementalism that is obviously unique to that school, so it's a very interesting school, and it allows us to give more functions that we're going to also utilize in some other schools as well. Yeah, we have the criminal timer thing on the table. We get that report a little bit every now and then. It's one of those that there's no distinct error that just, okay, that's it, solved. So we need to investigate deeper and possibly rewrite a few areas to secure it simply. And yeah, we know it's a nasty bug, so obviously we need to have that covered absolutely before Epic Game release for sure. What up, Bobby? Henrik, will ecumenical school be reworked to prioritize as well? No, we don't plan to change. So every school have specific rules, very specific ones, and ecumenical has its own, which is target-based pretty much. And it's supposed to be that. So you will see a difference in the difficulty level and burst of damage, etc. is obviously balanced with mana use, regions, and range. And there will be additional counters. As you've seen on the Sprint 4, there's also alchemy. There will be more options, tactical options, and counters to prepare. You know, so if you're fully dedicated to be a fully fledged footy fighter, you don't want to fiddle around with magic and stuff like that, you can complement your build to be even more effective against echo mages and so on, depending on some of those components as well that you will be tapping into with alchemy. So you will obviously see a difference in elementalism, projectile-based spells, depending on their speed, how easy it is to hit or miss, damage, and so on. All that is obviously balanced towards those specific rules. So you will be able to shoot a lot of projectiles on far distance. It will look cool and crazy, but obviously a challenge to hit, because you will see the projectile flying. If you hit the target, great. If you dodge it, obviously there's no impact. So with that in mind, you will have obviously a different type of cost on the mana, so you can cast more spells if it means you will most likely also miss a little bit more than Anita hit trace lower range. So you will see some major differences there. Some things will be utilized, such as you don't require targets to place specific away spells with elementalism, and we wanna deploy that also on a few spells for necromancy. For instance, the poison clouds, miasma, and the other cloud, so you can place them, you know, without the target. Henrik, how is it going with everything? Hello, Twisted Faith. It's going well. We are going back to business. New year in front of us now, and we have 3 very exciting, very important patches to deliver in the upcoming time now. When will there be a fix for that wolf? So we have another patch right now on test that we need to confirm is stable. And we plan to deploy that patch as soon as possible, which includes bus fixes, some tweaks, polishing, and some adjustment on wolves, for instance, especially the dire wolves. So we should be in a better step there as well. So yeah, and again, you will see some tweaks follow up as well eventually. The goal and vision has always been, when it comes to using pets, that you can always use them obviously as passive attack, but they will be worse, you know, less effective when you're performing the focused state and perform the abilities correctly. That's when they should reward you as well. So that is something we are slowly following up on as well, to try to get it in a sweet spot pretty much. And plans to increase the dev team? Yes, we are still working on slowly expanding the team. The challenge is to get the right developers for the right areas, and also to obviously educate them and get them into the pipeline. That is always a time process, and it obviously also requires some time from our current developers. So we can't just add in a whole gang. First of all, it wouldn't be effective, and we can't address and educate them, get them into the pipeline, and there's an overhaul of time that takes from our devs. So we need to be careful, slowly implement our developers in the different areas. Some areas easier than others, and also some areas are very difficult to find the right developers. There are many giant developers, especially also in Sweden, that are really trying to get all the developers from everywhere. So there's a lot of competition as well. So, but yeah, that is the plan, to keep going and expanding and grow. John Oldman, thank you for the Prime. And hi there, what did I miss? Not much. We pretty much just started, just recapping a little bit with upcoming. We have a hot fix that we're going to deploy shortly, as soon as we can. And then we are slowly approaching the 3 big exciting patches, as you can see on the roadmap. Make pole weapons just 100 power points. 200 is too much for what they bring. So to sum in, one of the things that we are most likely gonna add to the game just after the Epic Game release is special weapon group abilities, which obviously means the pole weapons will have very specific, powerful abilities tied to that additional cost, or on top of their natural, bonuses with reach and so on. So we don't plan to cut down in those skills. We actually plan to expand on the weapon groups to push them further, more exciting tactical options, and make sure that those specific weapons that cost more also have that a little edge as an option. Important, please. Hello, can I ask a question? Will there be any improvement on ping affecting fight? I'm a European and I'm getting bullied from 2 meters, especially from Vilas. I cannot catch and they still hit me with even shorter weapons. Talking about direwolves, are you really going to destroy only usable pet Tamer's got? The Avery. So it's pretty much the same for everyone. We have a very specific, quite unique ping system in our game. So you can't simply compare to other MMOs, and you can't also compare the accuracy of things to games like Mordhau, where you can see exactly the distance where you would hit or miss. You can't really transfer that to a MMORPG solution with today's technology. Pretty much there are limitations. So what people doing that is obviously adapting to that. You will learn that to be on the safe side, if someone is approaching you and he's about to swing and it seems like he's out of range to hit you, you always prepare to that he may hit you, and therefore you are accurately parrying anyway, and adapting to the ping system pretty much. The same thing happened in Mortal 1, just that it was a day and night difference. You couldn't rely at all on distance and everything. It became a game about prediction abusement instead, and that was what veterans learned, but new players wouldn't just have it. So that is one of the biggest challenge in a large-scale MMORPG. Real time, such a high detail level of everything that is directly comparable with a game like Mordhau. Ours are even more advanced because we have body parts with different types of defense on those body parts. But again, the network solution is not comparable, which means there will always be sometimes flukes that makes it even worse, but also a constant delay in the world that makes things may feel a little bit out of reach at times. And it's simply something that, there's no magic fix entirely to it. We have improved it 10 times since the first game, so all the actually people from all the world can compete and melee fight in a fair situation. So yeah, with that said, there's not too much room for us to do on top of the system we do have. We are following up, just tweaking and balancing on creatures, beast mastery, and necromancy, ritual pets. The direwolves are meant to be one of those where you can use in packs, but obviously there were, the cost for them were a little bit over the top, and it didn't really follow exactly where it were meant to be. So we're just following up on tweaking that, but they will still be very useful and powerful, especially against weak armor defense that you may have noticed. They're quite effective against mages. And utilizing their pack herd abilities, then they shine for sure in a pack. So you will still be able to use them as a powerful tactic. 11-month. Let me jump down a little bit. I'm a little bit behind here, so I'm sorry for missing anything, but I want to be a little bit up to date so everyone can hear what I'm talking about. Will there be arrow crafting in the game? I was also wondering about flame or poison arrows. Yes, you will be able to fletch your own arrows eventually. It's one of the features we have on our list. And yes, you will be able to do fire arrows along with TC is the plan. So you will be able to ignite your arrows, and obviously fire arrows have more efficiency against soft and wooden targets. So if you're looking at siege weapons, they are quite a bit more effective against a siege machine if you shoot fire arrows. Poison comes later with assassination skills and poisoning refinement skills, but that is also planned for later. Do you share more game content for elementalism? What do you mean share more game content? You have to be specific. Tell us about the upcoming alchemy effect. So yeah, I mentioned just a little bit before, there will be more and more options. Alchemy is a huge, very complex system. Players have only scratched the surface when it comes to going through a lot of the different variations and options you can do. And now we're adding more and more effects to this table. I'm sure you have played around with the common effects. We have healing all time, instant, non-instant, stuff like that. And now we're adding more of those effects. For instance, again, I don't want to reveal too much because this is one of the exciting thing when, especially obviously for those interested in that are mastering alchemy, trying to find those effects and run the market for that. But for instance, there will be purify potions, magic reflect, and some stat modifications are some of them. I don't want to reveal more than that, but there will be more and more, and we have a decent batch for this next patch that will give you more effective ranges. So, like I mentioned before, as a foot fighter, you may want to talk to your local alchemist because you will be able to have some more counters in defense against burst damages, such as ecumenical spells. So if you think ecumenical mages is a pain in the ass, you should research into these potions to use as options for you. We also have a very neat feature that we actually confirmed today, that it seems that we may include as well with this patch. I want to say may. There's an option that it may not be in this patch, but hopefully. And that is, since we add very specific effects now with alchemy, that has like you get a buff with a specific feature. You may not want to waste all your units by chugging a potion. You will get that. You may want to do it because you want to have an extended effect or duration on them. But for instance, to drink a purify potion, you may not want to waste all 10 units, right? And our smallest vial today is 15 units. So obviously if you don't have any of those skills that utilize more gifts as the Augmiers, you can only purify once, which wouldn't be very effective if you want to save that for a healer, right? So what we're doing is we're adding the system to support. You can have a big vial in your hotbar, from 15 to a lot of units, and one click on it will allow you to drink 1 unit. So if you have one purify potion with 50 units, for instance, in one in a hotbar, and then you have a heal potion in another. If you get corrupt, you can click once on the purify potion and you drink 1 unit and you're purified, and then instantly you can drink the rest of the units on healing, for instance, or magical resistance specific types, stuff like that. So as you can imagine, there will be more tactical options on the battlefield pretty much. So it will be a very important part for PvP, especially, I would assume. So yeah, more skills and options is always great in a game like this, where we try to promote that, obviously, right? There be another stamina nerf coming with this elementalism patch? No. So we're gonna go through the whole weather areas when it comes to the temperatures. Something doesn't seem right when we enable that last time, because there should be a huge area. The majority of Milan shouldn't be affecting you negatively, but it did. So that tells us that the numbers or something calculation isn't really correct. So we're gonna look over that, and if we can figure that out efficiently and quickly, we will address that. But if not, we will let it be until we have that time. We don't want to mess up the stamina worldwide until we fully cover that part. But there are supposed to be areas where there are specifically cold or hot areas that do slowly start to impact your clade, and depending on your clade, you will handle it better or worse, and depending on your gear also. And again, some spells will also be able now to tap into that, so you can undo some of those negativities by having elementalist spells, and now also, like I said before, possible potions. So we do want to tap into that, obviously, also. Zora, thank you for the prime. Mages get multiple spell skills compared to melee fighters who normally only have enough points for one weapon type. Aggressive and defensive stance could be removed from the game without changing the balance, giving extra points to foot fighters. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a few things that we plan to add also after this first roadmap, and it's also going to be something, like I said before, we want to tap into the community to see if you want to see this now or a little bit later. So and that affects this as well. So the veteran system is one system, for instance, that allows you to expand your character skill progression further, which obviously will give your footy more options in this table. And what was the other thing I want to say? Yeah, and like I said, you're also tapping into the special ability moves, which is like a whole new game plan options for footies. You will have a lot of different options. For instance, like an axe cleave. You'll be able to cleave through enemies. A lot of the pole weapons and heavy weapons will also be able to crush and bypass some parrying abilities. A lot of dismount abilities. So there will be a lot of good options for footies there as well, expanding on that. So that's why I'm not sure if we should start removing skills now when we haven't really got the veteran system in that will give you those more options. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Purify potions when corrupt and fulmination already hard to use. Not cool. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, a normal character without thirst skill or the abilities only have 10 units, right? So that means you can either possibly purify 10 times or you know, mix that with any of the other effects that you may want to do. I mean, so and there may be also some rates where you need to be above a certain unit for some of the strength values. So I think it's a very good thing that we finally get into the game. We have talked about it before, that there should be more options, so you can always, you know, try to prepare your equipment a little bit and counterplay a lot of the strong things. You know, ecumenical spells have the hit scan system, right? They are high bursts, quite straightforward. You don't really have to counter for the speed, velocity, and angles. You just have to hit it perfectly, right? And that's it. So you know, comparing that difficulty levels with like real prioritize, where you have to consider that whole aspect of the angle and direction and all that, makes a difference, right? So there will be plenty of different types of counterplays, options, and tactics that will, you know, be options for all these situations, and that's always been the case. We talked about that a lot of the times over the years, and now finally we're getting a lot of that. So it's about time, you know. I mean, again, there will be a lot of additional buffs, debuffs over time with both magic, potions, and other things. So it's not just that it's one counter to everything. There will be quite a lot of things over time. Like I said, again, you will get a bleeding cut with blades, for instance, and you should be able to stop that bleeding, right? Or you just ignore that and you will bleed for a period of time. Could you make direwolf strong, please? No, they are very strong in numbers and with abilities, and we are following up with a tweak in a hotfix very soon. Any plans to adjust Thursa to stand a better chance in this so very magical world? No need, because they have gifts that you can utilize against magical damage, and like I said, with alchemy you will get additional options in this very next sprint patch. So you will have that just as every other clade will have those options. Oh my god, Sicarius, thank you for the prime. Sir Sanshocks, did I catch your prime? Did I miss it? If I did, thank you very much. Purify for 1 units is done. So again, you need to consider that you have 10 units. Do you want to waste them on purifies or healing or other components? Because when you have used those 10 units, you know, if you want to heal, for instance, you've used all those 10 units, right? Which means you can't purify anymore, right? So it takes time to recover the unit. So it's not that you can do that forever. And obviously the opponents will learn this, right? So yeah, it's not dumb. It's tactics. It's knowledge. It's adapting and learning. That's what it is. I mean, it can be a little bit overwhelming now when we actually get in these things we've been talking about for a year or so. Finally getting there, you know. That's always been a plan. The things we're talking about is obviously the goal to implement in the game, right? and we can't do it all at a time, and it will pretty much never end, because this is that type of game that keep expanding constantly every year, heavily. QnC, thank you for the Prime. Purifying shield potions are a bad idea. Needs some good coordination with your team. If you couldn't do it yourself, now you don't even need an echo user with that in place. Just like I said, you can choose to purify all the time, or you can choose one healing potion. What do you pick? After that, you still need your teammates. And obviously a fight doesn't mean you do one and then the fight is over, right? When you see large fights, group fights, it lasts for quite a while, right? Which means you will be spending your units, and you will absolutely need your mages for a lot of things, and even more with elementalism. So we need to calm down a little bit and learn and consider, you know, that there's a little bit more coming to the game than the only things we have now, right? I mean, we're getting poisonings later as well. That's another thing that will prevent your, you know, healing abilities, and even kill you if you don't cure the poison. The Tamer main, I love the direwolves. They're cool, but yeah, the costs will be a little bit tweaked in this next hotfix. All right, let me jump down a little bit again here. Hello, Henrik. Sorry for that question though, but it's really important to me since I want to support the game and stream it further, but I have a concern about my channel since I got some DMCA message recently. It's about the track from bird chirping, and it mutes my VODs all the time. Should you confirm anything on that? And if you're aware of that, is there any solution? I'm not the only one, by the way. I don't just want any DMCA strikes on my channel just for in-game ambient sound. That is very confusing to me. Our game sound should never give any strikes, because you're streaming our game, you know, and we allow people to stream our game. So I don't even understand why that would happen. So that's wrong. We don't have anything in our game that should offer us strike. That's very wrong. Yeah, of course. You know, you haven't even figured out the recipes and the cost, right? Powerful effects will obviously come with a certain cost. There will be new ingredients, and obviously, like I said, there's always a balanced thought behind how expensive should these things be. Obviously, that's a part as well. Can you nerf foot fighters? We can do all the content. I mean, foot fighters is actually getting behind quite heavily after elementalism. So, you know, we're getting a lot of options. You know, now we have the Beastmasters, pet users, tamers, mages. They become very much more versatile and more options in recent patch. We're getting elementalism next, which gonna make mages explode in options in all categories. So after that, Footies is quite behind. So it's actually time to give Footies special abilities after that, I think. And I think that's what the majority of the community is voting for as well. We will look over the house placement. So there's a few things. In some areas that you can't place a house because of the zone that we want to protect from house building. It could be that obviously we need another type of feedback message, so that's clear. So you know it's not about the slopes or a rock or a tree, and you keep trying in that spot. but it's actually about the zone. So we have been talking about that to make that more clear, to give that feedback message, because there will be various locations in the world and also close to very specific valuable spots that you're not supposed to build for, you know, various reasons. So we will try to make that more clear. And then, yeah, sure, we will look over the placement rules again if we can make it a little bit more forgiving when it's actually in a place where you should be able to place it. 1 or 2 units at a time, like M1. We had that discussion a little bit as well. Again, you know, there may be some room for tweaks again, like the minimum effect may be 1 unit, because there are also situations where you want to change your attributes just slightly, and 2 units may be too much. So we're simply giving the full dynamics, you have full control. But you know, balance wise, when it comes to very powerful effects, obviously they may not be effective on 1 unit. And for instance, if we're talking about something like a magical reflect type of effect, obviously just drinking 1 unit may just last you for 2 seconds, so obviously not very useful, right? You know, so that balance comes into play as well. Obviously that will, you know, push your unit's use if you want to have that more duration, or in some cases power effect. So don't misunderstand me. It's not like all new effects is 1 unit and it's going to be super powerful. You will still have that balance range, that if you want to rely on this kind of effect and you want to pump that duration, then yeah, you may want to use all the units, right? And that's it. And in some cases there may be you want to do certain effects just quickly and briefly, then maybe that may be 1 to 2 units. So yeah, there will be variations for sure. But if I want to drink 9 heal units and save 1 for purify, then you drink 9 heal units and 1 purify. You can do that. So that means you click your healing potions 9 times if you want to maximize that. Then you have 1 unit left for your purify. So you could do that. And obviously when we're getting into tiers of strength, for instance, poisoning, if you have a very high tier deadly poison in your body, you can't just drink 1 unit slight antidote. I think that will help. You may have to crank up the antidote to a very potent level and multiple units to actually be able to cure that poison. Does it make sense? So sometimes you want to be careful and save those units for something that could be dangerous, you know. Will there be physical protection potions as well? Yeah, there will be some options there as well. Again, I don't want to tap into too much of the revealing all the effects that are coming in this patch, because it's also, as you know, one of the cool things for those that are really interested in those areas that are getting expanded on. Part of it that is always been Immortal Line is the exploration, getting the knowledge, getting the power, and then it's up to the players to share that or not. So, you know, that have always been a red line for Mortal Line. And alchemy effects is, you know, there's kind of an endless amount of effect that we could potentially add over time. Same, we have a huge list of trinkets, additional trinket types over time. And as you know, we have tons of magic school coming over time. More weapon, more everything pretty much. And one of the exciting things is to discover that, right? And learn it and master it, and using that as a, you know, knowledge is power. I mean, so obviously there will always be these debates. Mages, foodies, those that prefer those different styles. And there, it's natural that people will always argue and think, no, we need this on this field and we need more of that. That's a natural thing, right? But it's obviously our responsibility as game developers to make sure that we're following this red line that we have, you know, this is the game we are making, this is what we are offering. And obviously it's important that we are taking responsibility to make sure that there's a lot of options, tactics, counters, different styles that promotes many different cool, skillful gaming experiences. And like I said, since day one, there will be a lot of options, counters, and tactics. And we're simply expanding on that now. So it's part of the progression of the game. And there will be more options for mages, and there will be more options for pure foodies. And obviously something in between and for other styles. So like I said, we're getting elementalisms. So it's really a boom. It's a boom for the mages. Elementalism is a really good school that will make, like I said, every single question I got from a new player that shows up that loves playing a mage in these types of games says, can't we have, you know, make it so the ecumenical spells are projectile based and so on. They're expecting that are quite common in many other games, right? And that's what we're getting finally with elementalism. That's the rule. That's the system we're getting with elementalism. So everyone gonna be happy because all of you in the different sides will get more options and cool options and effective options. It's coming. Chicken Smoke. I responded on that one. I assume I was just behind, and you got the time to write the question again with house placement. I responded on that quite detailed, so I assume you heard it. Any major updates from Melee Combat and plans to add cleave? Yes, I just said that as well, like 5 or 10 minutes ago. Like I said, I'm quite sure the community is going to vote for the special moves, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, that means we will get 1 to 2, depending on how much we want to add in that first pack. It will keep on expanding again over time. But I would say 2 special moves, at least, would be nice as the first batch for every weapon group. Which means, yes, cleave is planned for some types of axes. So you will be able to do cleave with axes. And there were many very cool tactical moves. And there will always be a baseline to try to break a parry. We all know parry and counter is kind of the meta to fight today. And you know, that's fine. There's a lot of practice and depth in that. And we can see a high level of skills involved from you know, new players to years of practice. And now when we add a few more tactical components to that also allows you to break a parry, for instance, bam, all of a sudden we multiply the player skills and options by quite a lot. So that's going to be exciting and very interesting when we finally start getting those types of options on the battlefield. I love Tame so much. Thank you so much for the last patch. Now I can just one button click, taking out a full steel can be done without killing a single riser. Oh, I read 2 different questions. One. Wait, now I can just one button click and take out with my 4 direwolves. Yeah, so that will change in this next hotfix. I don't know if we have a patch that will put live very shortly that will address some of the cost on the wolves specifically. So you will have to go down a level, and you won't be able to have that many wolves at that high level. So obviously that is a balance part that will change a little bit. And again, there will be counters for that as well in Sprint 4. There'll be a fix for the GK Rise of Dungeon aggro road and books being spawned in containers that can be looted without killing a single riser. I'm not sure exactly which one you refer to when it comes to looting without killing a riser. I have to check with the spawner dungeon team to be more up to date on that one. So yeah, I can't really respond more than that without talking with the guys. Will Mountain Mage get a nerf? Like I said, now there will be multiple counters and options fighting a Mountain Mage with next sprint patch. It may control right aiming secondary. Mountain Mage is too strong. Like I said, there will be counters to Mountain Mages with Alchemy also. So you will have more options for sure. So let's wait until we get those and play around with that, so we can see what we are talking at. Do bows also get special abilities, and could you give some example of what that could be? Yeah, for instance, we have quite a few. We just need to pick which one we start with, obviously, because they are very specific and need custom code. And but that's fine. We have a system supporting that now. We got parts of that with the Beast Mastery. So again, we're getting a lot of synergy from a lot of the stuff we're building. So the more of those systems we get, the more we can utilize even more efficiently over time. So the more we grow, the more we can tap into exciting things even more also over time. But yeah, both we're having where you can shoot more than one arrow at a time, so you get a spread. We have one that's speeded up, so you can make a few very quick shots, pretty much. And there's a state when you can parry with your bow. Those are 3 options. Again, we haven't decided which one we're gonna start with in the first pack, but yeah, I just mentioned those 3. Those are cool. Crackle, like I said, we're getting the components that will allow footies to get those moves. I hope that makes sense, what I explained just 1 minute ago. Yeah, all creatures are not meant to be 125 levels. Some are harder to tame and obtain, and you will simply see how far you can push them. And that's not all of it. Down the road, there will be tools that allows you to utilize and push that further. And that comes with balance because of their strength. So I hope that makes sense. I don't think I have to explain more in detail. You can figure out the rest, right? The boss get special abilities. Yeah, I just covered that one. I'm gonna jump down so I am up to date again. So yeah, sorry for missing any questions here. Will there be mountain mage dismount mechanics? There will be dismount mechanics, yes. More than what we have already. Pet armor when we are working on multiple bags and pet armors. I can't say exactly when you will see them. Potions to dismount. You will be able to. So we're getting throwing abilities later on. Obviously, you will be able to throw potions, and yes, some of those may explode and dismount players also, like those good old bolas, you know. As referring to the east, rise a dungeon up near Thepra crater. The book spawn in boxes and barrels instead of being dropped from commanders, allowing people to run through the dungeon without killing and rise. Ah, okay, I see what I mean. I have to talk with the balance spawner guys about that. I'm not too up to date behind those specific books, so again, I can't really comment more than that. But I'll take a note. I'm passing it on, and we will see if it's right or wrong. Bigger teams could use a health buff. Wolves are good for how small they are. Yeah, like I said, there will never be such things as perfect balance, right? When it comes to almost anything. It's not that type of game either. In some circumstances, something may be the best option, the strongest obvious options, and in other situations that will completely change, right? But yeah, obviously we see something never used, super poor, bad, and we have spent time into that. Obviously we try to slightly, buff that, put that in a position eventually so it actually get used, so that we get the value and options for it. And obviously if something is standing out way too strong that breaks things, obviously that's when we try to see if we can address that slightly or make a proper counter to it. We always try to be more careful about nerfing something into the ground when people have invested things in that. So we try to start with the more underpowered approach and then slightly go from there to be in a more safe state. We will see when it comes to daming elementalism. I will most likely be able to demo some of it, a little bit like I did with necromancy, if you remember that, and show some of it without spoiling all of it, but because there's going to be some cool stuff that we want the players to be wowed by, because some of the things are changing a little bit from the first game. Stain, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Hey, the more you grow, the harder it will be. Wish you luck. Indeed, indeed. Okay, I will jump down a little bit again here. What about the poison? Is coming in alchemy update. So we already have poison effect in the game. So you can already obtain a lot of different types, but we don't have the assassination skills that I call them for now, that allows you to refine the poison and apply the poison. That is coming with the assassination skill patch, and we don't have that on the roadmap, and it's something that we need to consider in the upcoming roadmap. If that's something the player base wants sooner rather than later, then we may prioritize that feature. But we will take a look over what's practical for us, what areas, and then we want to look with the community to see what you really would like to see first, and we will try to promote those features. So we're making the game for you guys, right? So obviously we want to make sure that we add those components that you want first, at least the majority. Comes sieging and TC besides bragging rights and emergence of epic large-scale battles? What will be the incentive motivator to own or acquire though through sieging a keep? What will be the keep's economics, social and strategic value? So again, with the TC pack, we start with a solid foundation when it comes to how do you build your city, how do you maintain the city. So you will pretty much be able to build a city, like an NPC city. You will construct different buildings with different services. You will hire your NPCs, you will hire guard types, you will set up the rules, you will choose what kind of city you will be running. And the more it gets promoted and neighbors kind of sign their alliances towards you or supporting you as the area's king or emperor, you will benefit from that as well. So you will be able to grow in certain values and currencies that you require to run a city with the different services. So obviously that's one thing. And then there are multiple things that will tie into this, especially also over time. For instance, something that we want to add quite soon as well is the meteor drop system, which means people will be able to see from across the world a meteor falling down from the sky. There will be a strong visual indication of that. So everyone in the world will be able to watch up in the sky and see this object falling. And going there at your own risk means you can pick up a very powerful relic type of item that you can then bring to your city, if you have a city, And if you have constructed a certain building that allows you to store these relics, you will gain special and unique powers to you and your guild if you can access this one. Obviously, having that will also trigger other guilds to actually want to siege your city and only, for instance, maybe only take that relic from you and don't care about the rest of the city. So that will be a very exciting incentive to actually siege someone, try to steal this, and then head back to your own base with this relic and place that relic there for your own bonuses and advantages. Obviously, that puts you at a risk, right? Again, as anyone else may want to grab that from you. So that was a very successful, exciting system that we know a lot of people enjoyed. So obviously, we want to add that as soon as we can. We have a lot of good codes for this already from the first game, so it's not like insane projects from scratch. But again, we can't add everything. Obviously, we can't just wait a few years to add everything tied to TC and sieging, because we would get bored, right? We want TC now, right? So, but there will be kind of leaderboards where you also can see your guild progression. You will see your members, how active they are, how useful these members are in contributing to your city, power and values, and currencies, such as there's a prominence currency system that is acts kind of like a currency for certain services and things for your city. And you'll be able to see who's slacking or who is a very good candidate in your guild that is contributing with these types of currencies. So it's a very cool system to have a social interaction in terms of how you perform within the guild. And obviously trying to steal this from enemies is also another incentive if that's something you want to do. So there's a lot of things that ties to TC other than just bragging rights, being the biggest landowner, emperor, or king on this continent, and more over time as well. I hope that covers some of it. What will the hammer ability look like? I don't have all on top of my head. I need to open those sheets, but hammer have a strong main ability, which is really crushing heavy armor and shields. It just crushes it. So it kind of both breaks it a lot more efficiently and bypass any shield blocking state or anything like that. It just go berserker straight through it. That's one of their main strengths. And obviously also always make sure that very devastating against, if you hit correctly against mounted players. That is some of it. They plan on buffing foot mages. These potions are going to make Dex mage completely obsolete. So first of all, they will also get some bonuses from alchemy. And secondly, they will get additional options with elementalism. So it goes both ways, I would say, for foot mages, for sure. And we're still looking at offering the ability to walk with all magic. That kind of makes sense. That gives them a little bit more versatility or mobility, I would say. We're going to experiment that heavily now also with elementalism, because it is a spell that you will miss a lot, and having to stand still, then it's an additional penalty that may be too much for the elementalist. We may draw the line that you can't fully sprint, because that will interrupt it, but we're playing around with that. This mode mechanic are already in game, but almost nobody uses them. Every time I see streamers like what the hell is the nick again now? The Sensor Lord. He always dismount people running too close with his mighty weapon. So I see it quite regularly. I mean, if you get too close and dismount, that's very powerful. What we need to add though is debuff. So if you get dismounted, you shouldn't be able to mount back instantly again. That's a balance issue, which will change. Right, I will jump the Central Lord. Exactly, that's who I was referring to, watching some of your streams. And you dismount quite a lot successfully, killing some of those mounts. I've seen that quite a bit. Alright, I'm jumping down. The mages ever have some sort of defense ability to capability in melee? Yes, multiple ones. Starting with this next sprint patch with alchemy, you will have a little bit more options there. And yes, there will be several spells that impact your skin and your defense values. So yes, there will be multiple options. Ristapilor, that is a specific type of wood. That is quite rare. I can't say the specific locations for Mulvas and Lycators. They're, again, we try to incorporate them more accurately in the lore and their habitats, if that makes sense. Lycators, as you know, comes from the very exotic continent of Lycia, or your mother. What the hell? Almost forgot about the name, how you pronounce them. Or Mothar. So obviously that is a place where there are more natural living. All Horse Mastery books stopped dropping off last hotfix. I just confirmed that the stable master, and that is not correct. They have confirmed that it does drop in the game. You have to keep looking, I guess. Will elementalism be locked behind with a lore like spiritism? There are a few primaries that comes with elementalism, yes. Depending on how much of an elementalist you want to be, the more you may want to invest. There will be at least two options to be a fully mage elementalist, or can I go partially in there. Just want to say I appreciate the recent changes. I like the mounted mage, the new taming abilities a lot. Are a lot fun. One thing I'd like to ask is that Haven be free to play. I'd like to check out the things that were not available when I created my character. Now that I have so much time invested, I'd hate to lose it just to check new builds. Yeah. Eventually, after Epic Game release, we do plan to actually convert Haven to be some kind of free to play version. I think that fits, and we can do that. We can support it, and I think that would be a good way to help spreading awareness, marketing the game for free for those that are never heard about it or hesitant and want to try it out before committing. So that is most likely going to happen sometime after the Epic Game release. How many months to elementalism? We will see. We have been working on it for quite a while, and obviously we have our internal schedule, but we decided not to reveal any of those schedule dates on the roadmap because, again, we all benefit from solid patches, good content, and stable stuff rather than rushed content. So we won't reveal an exact date until we are ready to go, pretty much. Fast travel we've talked a lot about in the past, and fast travel will annihilate TC. When TC comes, fast travel is that not the number one enemy of that will break a lot of the content, balance, and excitement and important tactical components. So as we said since day one, when it comes to this topic, we don't want to kill a whole huge feature that is, you know, one big core pillar of Mortal Online. It simply doesn't fit. That's why we decided not to have fast travel in the way like moon gates or click on the map on us anywhere in the world and you go there. Because like I said, if you think about it, when TC comes, there's so many components that ties into tactical locations, transportation of resources, supply lines, being ambushed, being on a siege. If you can go left and right, back and home in 1 minute, you're bypassing everything. You're ruining the excitement and balance of all the components that will make a war on a bridge of successful or being failed and go to history and excitement for all players involved. Bam! Out the window if you do that kind of crap. So yeah, and it looks like the majority understand these components and think and understand why that is so important. So now when you see those points as well, you will understand that we are very careful about adding a very efficient world traveling that bypasses all of this I said. Right, let me jump down a little bit more again. I quickly fall behind. The direwolf balance comes in a patch very shortly. We are running test patch as I speak. As soon as that is approved, we plan to put it live, and direwolves will be adjusted control points wise. You got copyright bird sounds in color forest. I don't understand how that can be, as we have bought everything when it comes to specific sounds, and we have made quite a lot of the things our own, and we also bought sound packs for game developers, bought the rights for those. So we don't have a single sound that is not rightful to use in Mortal Online and rightful to sell. So that is not correct. Obviously, I'm keen on knowing why that there's a strike towards that when there shouldn't be. Obviously, we need to clear that, right? So we'll have to look into that. We're concerned that the server was having so many issues yesterday due to the player activity immediately yesterday. Frame rate around Nave were having issues, and no wonder if the devs got the data on that. If I'm looking at the server, so I always look at them, right? It's one of the things that I can't stop doing. And I'm looking at the servers, and there is no load or strain or cap or anything. It's like it's sleeping. But you said frames, which makes me think you mean client performance, which is obviously a thing. So if you gather a lot of people in one area and you have a computer that have to struggle with that, your frames, if they go down heavily, then obviously but no, the server capacity we have solved to an extreme degree compared to since day one after the Steam release. That's been a constant update on the background. So no, we are very confident about our progression with the server capacity. But yeah, client performance is obviously also heavily dependent on the client computer power. But it's something that we also plan to improve and optimize over time. So no, we got that data with the Steam Chaos, obviously. So we will be better prepared for the Epic Game release. Fast travel is trash. I mean, depends on the game, right? What kind of feature are you promoting the game to support fast travel or not? And obviously we want to promote TC to the absolutely fullest, which obviously don't go well with fast travel, right? That's the only reason why we picked that road. What feature will there be for medium or smaller guilds? There will be, pretty much as for the large ones. I wouldn't say that there's only some specific feature that are only meant for large groups. Obviously, there are natural things like if there's world bosses, extreme things, obviously, a lot of guilds may have to even have an alliance or work together to get past a few progression steps, like also complete other things like building the bridge to Sarduka, for instance. If people don't work together and make that happen, you're not getting there. There may be various things like that obviously will be affected by a large group of players. But I would say that almost everything small groups and guilds will be able to tap into in different degrees. Again, obviously, if you run to a very popular dungeon and it's being held by a very huge strong guild and they don't want you to be there, obviously that would be a big challenge for a small group or guild, right? But again, there will be more and more options for various locations, dungeons, and content like that. So there will be so much that it won't be all hold down, pretty much. And of course, we will make some dungeon that may really push towards heavy, large group guilds, while the majority don't need large groups. So, maybe those strong groups will go there then and be busy there, while you as a smaller group may visit any other dungeon that is, doable with a smaller group also. And almost every patch we add interest point list content that is 99% even, small group farmable or even solo content in various forms. So we keep adding content for all players. Do you guys add guild prisons or dungeons? It's an interesting discussion we had in the past also, right? If we want to have those prison and then being able to imprison the players, captivate or stuff like that. Obviously, we can't allow players to captivate a player and have them restricted from actually playing the game, right? Because it's a subscription-based game over time. So there should always be a way out of that kind of restriction for that feature to be a possibility in Modern Online. And then we have to measure that then. How can it be done? Is there a balance? Is there enough value to make an interesting component out of it? Like you can cut the loss with a penalty, or you have to endure the captivity. There may be options around there, but as you can see, it comes with some, some complications that needs to be well thought through and solved before we may want to fully commit to something like that. You said it would add a log to Stronghold chest because it was not realistic. How come we're getting this log for productivity? Well, if you look at it, that you make you do a task and you make the commitment to the guild, and there's a collector taking that commitment, right? So therefore, there's a log on it. Does it make sense? While if you have got access to a chest and you go there, there's no collector treasure man that make a log of that, right? So thinking it realistically wise, there's an obvious difference already there, right? Between it. And like I said, we are adding tier support, which means you will still have options to handle that kind of situation, right? You wouldn't give random new members the highest tier access to all your city chest and services, right? You would obviously put them on a trial tier and then have different tiers so you can identify the groups of players. So you will still have good tools to maintain security, but there's still it is also something that, you know, that is interesting, exciting in this game, that is quite unique. Like you can backstab, you can be a spy, you can try to sabotage in different ways, and it's a little bit part of the sandboxy features of Mortal Online. And we don't want to fully eliminate that because, you know, player conflicts and drama and raids and successful stunts, thefts, and so on within the game's nature rules is part of the dangerous world, right? And there's a lot of excitement, risk, reward tied to this. So obviously, where there are some room of that in a controlled manner is something we don't completely want to remove. So I hope that makes sense, right? But yeah, there should be plenty of tools to let you maintain a city. So as long as you use your brain and don't do major mistakes or trust anyone blindly, you should be fine. Does it make sense? All right, I'm gonna jump down a little bit again so I can hear if you talk to me now. I'm way behind. Holy shit. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was that behind. Okay, I'm more up to date now. What is the status of pet path into houses, stronghold, and keeps? It's being worked on currently. It's, you know, one of the things on sprint 4, right? So we're building a system where there's this dynamic volume that obviously is used for housing that allows pet to be able to path inside and out of a house. Obviously, it will be able to see if the doors are open or closed or destroyed, and therefore being able to enter or not. So we're building it, and it's also some part of that system is also utilized actually with elementalism. We'll be able to cast walls and volumes that we're working on to make sure that the AI possible also can be affected in the same way. This is a huge challenge because obviously an AI running around is not really the same thing as a player. But that is the goal, at least, to be able to cover those areas. And yeah, we are working on it. Isn't Home Priest a version of fast travel? Yeah, so in the first game we didn't have Home Priest. What happened is that new players joined the game, they went down south in the jungle, got lost, got killed, and never got back to civilization again. And some of the players thought that was the coolest thing ever, never happened before in the game in their entire life. But the majority, and I think the more casual players, just said, no, this is too hardcore for me. And they uninstalled the game and stopped playing it. We lost so many players due to this. Obviously, we can't have that happen again. So we added this component that, okay, if you're completely lost and died, lost everything, you can always get home back again. And, you know, that is one step making it playable again for those that are lost or stuck somewhere in the world and can't continue playing the game. So there's an important factor for that. But that is quite different from going back and forth, northwest, east, south, anywhere in the game, instantly, even prepared with items and stuff, accessing, you know, if your ally is under attack, siege on the other side of the world or whatever that may be, you may have to travel there, right? Which means, holy shit, reinforcements is coming, we need to hurry up to steal their relic or we will be annihilated. things like that is something we want to happen in the game, because that's like a movie. That's exciting stuff. And we got a lot of that stuff in the first game, and we are most likely going to get more of those cool stuff in Mortal Line 2 with more players, larger world. So it's something we want to promote heavily. People leaving their house open, etc. should have their loot plundered. I mean, again, so obviously there will always be unrealistic stuff in a game like this, because it's a game and we need to make it fun and interesting. But if we allow anyone to ruin anything, like if it like it was Rust, you can jump in, destroy a door or wall in 1 minute, go in there and take everything. What would happen then? First of all, people would stop building houses, because why? There will be ninja siege during 1 minute whenever they log off. And you wouldn't commit to build a nice looking home with valuables and rares, or collect your treasures in there, because again, it will be lost. You will only use cities. So there are some obvious components where we need to to promote a very robust, large, very exciting feature. There needs to be some limitations or protection in place to support that. And since housing is a huge important system to Mortal Line that are so much going to rely on even more in the future, just keep on expanding, there needs to be some kind of options for the players to keep that. And if we want players to be able to store valuables in new cities like NPC City, we also need to secure that kind of treasure holding in a magical way. Of course, we're explaining it in a in-game realistic way, like there are magical storage in Mortal Line. The bankers with high security in cities, they don't just have all the valuables laying out in front of the people. They actually have magical storage access in other area. And obviously that's something we're tapping into as well when players are building their banks and storages, so they can also benefit from the same services as NPC service. We don't want a big difference between those two in terms of players building their own and running their own. Does it make sense? If my house is gone, I have no reason to look back in. That's true. Yeah, like I said, I mean, Mortal Line is a game for sandbox interested players. It's not just dedicatedly created for a combat arena or PvP oriented players. It's so much more than that, right? It's everything from exploration, lore bound things, magic, secrets, puzzles, PvP, PvE, so many features over time, RP features and elements, social human interaction elements. So obviously there are many strong components that will attract thousands of players, and many of them may not even want to touch PvP. They may want to do player interaction stuff and trading and services, but they may suck at PvP and think that is just stressful, and that's fine, right? They can, partly avoid that and do other things in the game world. And they should also be able to enjoy building a city or their houses with their friends and enjoy that part of gaming experience. I mean, look at Valheim and those games. They're extremely popular without PvP. And one of the main points why they've been so popular is you can build some awesome houses, decorate them, expand them into infinity, right? That's a big component that millions of players are excited about. And we have a lot of those features, and we will expand a lot of those features to surpass what we have today even. So obviously there needs to be some kind of balance and consequences in place to protect the sandboxy features of the game. But there will always be these free PvP loot out in the world when you're moving around. So that will always be a high, extreme component that everyone simply have to adapt to and embrace instead. So yeah, again, I think most of you guys understand that kind of balance line when it comes to Mortal Line 2. It's more than a PvP game. I know a lot of PvP excited players that are playing it only for that, promote it as a PvP game, and that's what it is, and that's what they're focusing on. But it's so much more than that as well. So it's everything, you know. Portal is a sandbox MMORPG. I love when Henrik reminds the community of that. Yeah, I mean, of course, like I said, it's nothing wrong that there's this heavy oriented PvP group that says, yeah, get this game because, you know, it's all about the PvP and player skills. And that's true. It's just that they are simply not interested in many other parts of the game, and that's perfectly fine. But there are these other groups that are just as heavily into the crafting, extraction, exploration, and PvE parts, building houses, whatever that may be, that, you know, tells their friends, come on, let's play this together, let's adventure together and do this. And they even, you know, want to avoid PvP. And of course, they may give statements like, please give us a PvP toggle or a non-PvP server. And again, it goes both ways, right? For the PvP players, we can't just say, no, it's not just all PvP and you can lose everything in 1 second, and including houses and banks and all that, because then we wouldn't have a sandbox progression with thousands of players. We would only have the deathmatch game, right? But the same thing for PvE players, like asking for PvE servers. We don't really want to do that either, because again, we want that risk and excitement to be part of your adventure. You know, I never forget my first adventure in Ultima Online. Started out as a peacekeeper doing my adventure with my friends, and then bam, we were ambushed by the first PK players ever, and that was the term PK was first heard of. You know, a group of players decided to kill us and take our items. It was pretty awesome and exciting and scary, and holy shit, adrenaline through the roof, because we had a lot of treasure in our pockets. So even though, you know, we weren't prepared for it, and of course got a little pissed, what the hell, they stole our stuff. But what a unique experience that other players can be that threat, you know, in a game. So it goes all ways, right? And depending on where in the game, there's going to be a lot of promotion for player conflicts, where obviously the PvP players are going to be heavily invested, I guess, you know, infesting those areas. And I guess those that are trying to avoid PvP may most likely live on the other side of the world, away from these areas. So that's the beauty of a large dynamic world that just keep on growing and expanding, right? You can all enjoy a healthy population growing, and there will be trades and interaction in so many different ways. And sometimes, I mean, I'm also a quite heavy PvP focused player, but I can also enjoy a chill, relaxed, fun moment with RP players, just have a laugh, or playing some table games and just, you know, chill. Because fighting is, you know, it's quite a strain. It's not that you can sit too relaxed at all times. You have to be very focused. So I really like the mix. You know, any day you can go in and have a chill moment, or you can have a very exciting, high risk reward moment with other players. And that's what I love with Ultima Online and Mortal Online. It's such a unique experience that I never got in almost no other game, especially MMO games. World of Warcraft ruined the genre. No, but you know, they obviously made such a huge success in a theme park protected world that is kind of showed all the new generation that, okay, so this is what an MMO RPG game is. Well, it can be, and it's the larger one, yes, but it can also be something much more exciting, like a sandbox, you know. And that's where we're coming from, right? And those millions of MMO players out there, they're getting hungry, guys. They're getting hungry. They don't want to chase exclamation marks and question marks all the time anymore. They're a little bit more hungry. And you can see that when they go over to games like Rust, Tarkov, you know, a little bit more hardcore. And they already learn a lot from those games coming from Mortal Online. Like, holy shit, okay, so you can do this here as well. And it's more long-term progressing and persistent. That's awesome, you know. And thousands of players rather than, you know, a handful of players. Can you stun in Mortal Online 1? Not really. Well, you can dismount and knock down players, which means you fall on your butt or back, and it takes a little moment until you are up and in full control again. So I guess that's partially a stun, right? But we have been very careful about stun lock components mechanics, because again, imagine if one player can lock you always 100% in one location with a very simple tool, and then there are 50 friends in a circle, so stun lock players just outperform the numbers by using these mechanics. We're always very careful about having crowd control and stun locks in that degree. So I hope that makes sense. I'm gonna buy this game in the week and finally got some to play with. Yeah, I suggest you buy it now before the Steam sales end up then, Sir Magnatron, just like Squish Alan said, because it's 40% off on the winter sale, which is a very good cut on the price. So tell him to buy it now. If you already know he's gonna buy it on the weekend, you will save some bucks by buying it now during the winter sale. What is it? Tomorrow the winter sale ends, guys. I don't remember. So yeah, only one day left, I think. So if you're on the fence or have friends on the waiting list, 40% off now during winter sale is a good deal. And there's still no subscription based active, so you can play it as much as you want without that currently. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Wolf Achilles. I'll tell him now. Thanks. Yeah, it's good. It's good tips. Amount and bags for it in heaven. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We decided not to have mounts on Haven, and I'm not sure we. Maybe donkeys could be one thing. We do most likely plan to add the types of donkeys back again, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there should be also a lot of excitement, incentive to leave Haven, right? But of course, we want to make Haven enjoyable and solid and good, a good taste of a little bit from quite a bit, right? Especially when it's go free to play, so players can see what the game has to offer. Because obviously, just playing that on Haven, you just, you know, touching the surface of the depth most likely. So of course we want to look at what we can do to really engage the players, to give them a good taste at least, so they can hopefully commit on Mirland. Yeah, Riddler. So all houses that are being placed, they dynamically update the navmesh, and they do it in a very low resolution, which means there may be very large gaps with navmesh surrounding the houses. And yeah, it's quite random how that updates, and it's very poor. So every time you go past crowded, you know, a lot of housing strongholds, or try to get close to yours, it's like a lottery how your pet's gonna follow you and where it gets stuck or run back and forth. So we fully know that's not smooth. So we are actually solving that now as well. For the next sprint, we are building the in-house pathing, as you know, on the roadmap, but we also found a better way to update the navmesh when it comes to housing. And hopefully that will solve that exact issue that players are experiencing more or less, depending on where in the world. So let's see how the devs are progressing in that, and hopefully that will be a much better state for the next sprint. Henrik sends some love for Spitz and is confirming. Can you give some hints on how this will look like? Keep up the good work. Love the game. Thank you. Provo, thank you for the subscription. Oh, it's been 7 months. There's another 17 more, and chance we're getting a ritual table for houses soon. Thank you very much. 70 months. That is quite crazy. Been here for quite a while now. So yeah, Spiritism. We do plan to go through a little bit more to see what we can do there, especially now when we have expanded the function behind magic. We're getting that heavily as well with this next sprint, the elementalism. So we have a few things we want to discuss after we deliver this big milestone to see what may be missing, where we may need to improve some things, polish some things, you know, complement, like we have the bounty hunter system, for instance, the reward parts there, and some work, yes, with spiritism, some function from elementalism that we want to add on necromancy. And yeah, we're working on the spiritism ritual tables as well. We're trying to, you know, make sure we have an update there on trying to cover those tables as well. So we have a few more things to cover there and iron out and determine what we need to do in next upcoming batches. So yeah, we will update on that. And like I said, we do want to have that engagement with the community to see what areas, you know, obviously we want to make sure that everything we have added now, we will look over those areas that may be lacking or requires a little bit more polishing, so we are in a nice state on everything we have in the game. And then we continue forward and trying to pick those few specific areas and heavily focus on those as a team, and that is heavily based on your feedback, guys. So that is the plan moving forward. We always try to refine our structure and our systems to make our development as solid and good as possible. And it's, you know, there's no magical one way that all developers in the world, this is how you do it. There's so many complex ways and how everything, you know, goes through the pipeline. And we have found our way and obviously try to refine our way, especially also now when we're slowly growing with new developers. So we need to make sure that that onboarding process is also, you know, effective. So that's also something that keep on evolving in the company as of today as well. Am I able to play the game being from South America? Yeah, worldwide can access the game. We have players from across the world, Australia, that are playing the game fine. The most important part is that you have a stable connection to the game, so you don't play around on wireless, or, you know, if you're out in the bush with a not very stable connection, then that may become an issue. But we have players across the world, and we have measured and built our ping normalization system and prediction system based on the worst latency we have, which is from Australia in generally, bush gamers. So it works to a very long degree, to a quite high latency. Like I said, for Australian players is a good measure milestone for us to make sure the system works. There are some areas where you can notice the latency difference, but those areas are quite few. We have built a very unique, powerful system that handles ping in a very specific way. I'm playing on Wi-Fi, no problem. Squish Alan. I mean, it's not that it doesn't work. It's just that generally we notice when people have connection problems, they have been playing around on wireless and they borrow their brothers or neighbors' wireless through walls, and there's a lot of packet loss and so on. That can become a very bad gaming experience, and you may get disconnects. So that's a bit more what I mean. I noticed, to my surprise, a lot of gamers were using crappy connections, wireless, with packet loss, and that's not good if you want to, you know, have the best odds to be connected with solid connection. Then obviously a cable is still better, you know. Low Hodo, you know, we all have personal opinion on that, right? If you ask European players, Australian players, American players, still our best players, the top tier is coming from America. We have obviously good players from Europe as well, but it shows that the system we built works very well. If you compare that to Mortal 1, that wasn't a thing. You can only play a certain way with the prediction system if you were a European player, and you couldn't at all if you were an American player. You have to shoot spells, and that's it. As an American player, you can be a melee fighter in Mortal 2. You couldn't the same way in Mortal 1. So it's a huge difference. But yes, with that said, like I said before, there is specific differences, especially in how the parry system works. We have built in a parry timer for this very reason, and that timer is less for if you have a higher latency, such as, you know, over 100 or something. But we also have a prediction system and ping normalization, so even you have 2 ms to the actual server distance, you still have to wait up to a certain latency that is synchronized on the server and everyone else. So every strike is synchronized. So when you release it, we have a prediction and speed up on the server to be on sync. So wherever your strike hits, when it hits, is the same for everyone. So everyone is waiting on that synchronization. And you can't do that exactly the same thing on a parry. And that's where you start to learn over time when you play the game how that feels differently. But again, you can, when you learn that and adapt to that, you can compete in any playstyle on the game. It's not like in Model 1 where you couldn't compete as a melee fighter. You have to go with arrows or magic. You can still compete as a melee player. So yeah, again, there's a never-ending debate on how this system works, and people blindly look at, oh, my latency is 20 and he's 150, therefore I can never compete with him. That's completely false, because the ping normalization makes sure that the one with lower has to wait until you reach the higher latency around 150 or something. So everything under that, you can't really benefit more when it comes to normal strikes. So yeah, there's a deblog on, regarding these systems on the website as well, for those that want to read up on it, because yeah, like I said, people compare this to Marhau and Counter-Strike latency values, which is like comparing an apple to a fucking car. It's just a complete waste of comparison. And that's something that we're so close game experience wise to Mordhau games, which is insanely impressive, that people compares that it should work like that, right? And that shows that we put us in a tricky situation, because it is not really comparable, and that's what's impossible to, you know, explain to players, you know, coming from those games or don't know really what's going on in this game. So yeah. Is Reinhard Starwatt actually good at melee combat in this game? There's a few that are decent melee fighters in Starwatt. Obviously, we don't have as much time as you guys to play around on free time. We code a lot, work a lot, and then test a lot in the game. And then after 12, 15 hours, sometime you need a break, right? So you may not pop into the game after that. If that makes sense. But yeah, like I said, the main difference comes in Paris, and that's why we have a built-in timer, additional timer. That's why you have to, the refresh timer is longer when it does a parry, and that is because we need to consider ping latency. As a car, confirmed. I don't recall how many NA players we have. I think we are around 30% something, which is a good chunk of our player base for sure. But we have a very wide cross-world population in Mortal 9, which is cool and exciting. It's so cool to go in and meet a gang from Japan talking Japanese. It's just a unique experience. And you hear another group talking another language. It's such a cool experience. You don't have that in any other MMO because they're regional based. Bill Bounty, thank you for the subscription. Almost 1 year since release and another year of mana. Can't wait for Elementalism. Keep it up, Starwood. Thank you very much. And yeah, 1 year I have been so fast. It's crazy. Feels like yesterday. All the stress and chaos, and then bam, we are here. Do you enjoy playing Borderlands 2 solo, Henrik? Every now and then I've jumped in solo just to play around and sneak up on players and look around and listen in on groups. It's enjoyable. But latest I played a little bit more, committed to the gaming experience. I played with some real life friends. We were 5 in the group, I guess. I think I were. So a small group, close friends of mine, and we had a blast. Really fun to play together. Obviously, it's a different experience if you can play with your friends. It really shines then because you can complement each other's, have your different roles, and work as a team. It's always fun, right? But of course, there's plenty of room playing solo as well. It's interesting because it's such a personal style opinion. There's those that just loves playing around and experience things at their own pace. They want to take their time and do whatever they want in their own pace and ignore the rest and play solo. And we have added tons of solo content in Mortal Iron for that reason also, because we know how important that is. And there's a huge group of solo players. And what often happen also, which is interesting, is that many of these start playing on their own. They used to do that, and then slowly they start interacting a little bit with other players and find that, okay, maybe I can do some other things a bit more powerful, and I want to engage in some more group dynamics. And they slowly, transfers into a group play, which is, a good progression as well. Is farming going to be a thing? If you mean TC farming, then yes. I'm not sure if we have farming in the first batch. I don't believe we have. It's not considered as one of the most important prioritized TC function, but we do have TC farming on that list, such as breeding as well. There's a long list of many services and functions and features that ties to TC. Obviously, like I said before, we're not going to have all of these on day one because it's something that took years to expand in the first game. We have a lot of that base that puts up to speed much faster for Mortal 2, and we also know what worked well and what didn't. So it's a very high value for us to utilize when we build TC now, and where we refine the things that wasn't good, and also we know these are the things we want to add again as soon as we can after that, because it's part of TC. Server capacity, how does it come along? Very good. We have done tremendous work, huge work, and we gone miles ahead since the Steam release. Again, we don't want to mention or state specific numbers because it doesn't make sense to state them, and we are still progressing. Almost every patch, this is changing for us and improving. The latest important milestone we reached was a few patches ago when we solved the main bottleneck for large-scale battles, which I believe many of you have been experiencing already with since that patch. And we got great confirmation from the player base. And what's even greater is that we could watch on the server in real time to see the cost on the server, the different parts of the server, when those things went through the roof, and when people started warping and network simply didn't work on the large scale anymore. Going from like 37 seconds in delay stacking up those types of packages down to 1.6 milliseconds, and it's just asleep. It's like it does nothing. When we had our last huge battles, around close to 400 players in one of those battles that you did, and perfect confirmation. We saw it on the server, and the players were super happy to see that finally we support those large battles without network issues. The other part that starts to become a struggle when you're obviously 300-400 players near and on your screen is your client gonna take a big beating. The frames is obviously gonna struggle. So that is another part that we are planning to optimize and work further on as well, to just simply make sure the frames performance is also a little bit better. But that's secondary. The first part was to make sure that the network doesn't kill you and destroy your siege and you can't do anything about it. That is, you know, a big burden on our shoulder that is finally solved. The main capacity, we're still pushing that to an impressive level, and hope to be on a number where we're happy with the population on Milan and we don't need more capacity than that. Next step is additional continents. And we can finally let go of the server optimization forever after that point, because there's no room for more, there's no need for more. We're happy with that. Whenever one continent is being full, that's when we need to add another one, pretty much. Yeah, during Steam release, a lot of American players joined in, and the server were berserking, like I said, 30+7 seconds delay stacking up packages, and American players thought, it's American, it's an European server, and this is crap. I can't even see swings and player moving around. So this is not good for us Americans, so I'm gonna stop playing. And then we fixed the network. Those players are fooled and don't know that, no. If you come back now, you're gonna see that you can play and compete just like anyone else. It was a server network issue during the release. And yeah, sadly, I think quite a few Americans thought that it was because I'm a European server, which is not. So hopefully we'll be able to invite them back so they can actually experience the game that, you know, they were signing up for. How can start out develop CGI with all their money, offices, and marketing? It's Henrik versus Goliath. It's always been the so-called impossible path. That's what I heard from every single game company when I started this project many years ago. And every time I got a no, I got more motivated. And yeah, maybe I was crazy to believe in this game, an impossible type of game. And yeah, I also understand and see why many thought that was the case, because if even the giants can't make it and deliver and disappear, obviously that will be at least as a big challenge for us. But we believe that if we just stick to what we think is unique for Mortal Online, we don't want to compete with World of Warcraft in theme park games that rely on a extremely story-based storyline with levels and progression from one area to another, and every single area and progression step needs to be perfect for the game to function. We throw all that out the window and just focus on player interactions, you know, sandbox, and build up from there. And that's also what we know the best. I'm coming from Ultima Online beta days and is a big fan of that type of game, and I can't really enjoy a theme park game. It's just not something I like. And I noticed that no one knows about sandbox game. All the game companies have learned to copy and clone World of Warcraft. That's how you make a successful MMO, or try to make it. A good old golden business practice. Find something that is good and improve it and make even better business. So that's what the giants are doing, right? That's why you've seen hundreds of WoW clones over the years trying to outperform or take over from World of Warcraft. But yeah, we didn't want to step into that type of MMOs, so we were quite alone in our corner as a nobody. But yeah, I mean, for sure, it's been such a challenge in so many ways. And even that we knew that, okay, this is the hardest game that you can develop, and we were many new young developers. It's going to be a huge challenge, especially when we work closely with Epic Games, and they couldn't get things to work, and we found our own way. And you know, it's been a unique challenge road, But somehow we also managed to continue working, surviving with the first game, and learn so much. And now 2023 is our year. This is our year. We're gonna put Mortal Online in the world map together, and we may wake up the giants, showing that the players are bored of the mainstream theme park games and casual crap. There's no variation in options. It's time to offer something else. That's our ideas, at least. About Haven free to play. Yes, after the Epic Game release, we plan to make Haven free to play. Gonna modify the rules a little bit, set some cap there, and yeah, convert into our free to play on Haven is suitable to help promoting the game. 24 is a huge blocker to server capacity and all this. I hope you will upgrade soon to Unreal 5. Well, so one thing to clarify here, why Mortal Online is completely unique and have what we can offer today that no other game can do. If Unreal 4 and Unreal 5 offer that out of the box, then you will see more games utilizing closer a lot of things that we may have in Mortal Online. But that haven't been the case. So Unreal Engine doesn't handle anything when it comes to networking. It only supports what? Up to maximum 100 something players before that type of network replication doesn't support larger scale. That is why you don't see many out-of-the-box MMOs using Unreal Engine at all. So that's what we have been building for over 10 years, the network solution to work for Unreal Engine 4 and 5. And we are getting into a very good position where it's getting more finalized, working in a larger scale that we were hoping for and aiming for, which means you can utilize that network solution in Unreal Engine and have any MMO game utilizing all those functions and features that we have in Mortal Online. So it's a very powerful network tool we have built that is a one of a kind. We have obviously analyzed over the years, especially in the early years, all the network solutions that were available and custom network solutions in different ways, but nothing got close to support any of our features. They were all focusing on being able to support something like World of Warcraft, because that's what everyone was going for. And network support for a game like World of Warcraft is a day and night difference from a game like ours. We would have to cripple down 90% of our features to go with a World of Warcraft network solution. So any sandbox developers out there would be dying for our network solution today to be able to do their game without being restricted on the network side, utilizing something that we have built. So that is a very powerful thing that we have built over the years that makes Mortal Online. So Unreal Engine is only here for rendering the game, doing the client-side based calculations and visuals. So that is actually a big thing. And we built the network solution to be as dynamic as possible to be able to upgrade for any Unreal Engine updates in the future. So that is why we can take the step to Unreal 5 much easier than we went the step from Unreal 3 to 4, those different steps. 5 is a little bit closer as well, even though there are some core changes that needs to be obviously addressed in our network code as well that we are working on. So yeah, but the good thing is obviously that Unreal Engine obviously pushed the boundaries when it comes to large scale games. When we started on Unreal Engine 3, it was, the engine was more focused on Gears of War, one level Unreal Tournament games, one map, small map, look awesome, and then you load to another one and another one. So different from Mortal Online, right? A huge open world. That was like, what the hell are you doing? It's not meant to be that at all. So we had to do crazy systems, and Mortal Online 1 was quite successful, pioneering those solutions in a very impressive way with what was possible back then. But yeah, not very supportive. And then the step from Unreal 3 to 4 was a huge step forward. they wanted to make larger map. They knew that sandbox games with large world is getting popular. So obviously they were pushing those boundaries in Unreal Engine, which is good for us, right? Because we could get more proper options to utilize in our large world. That's why we could also make Milan even larger now. And then again, another step with Unreal Engine 5. Calculation that wasn't supported in that maximum size. Physics goes banana in the corners because, again, limitations in map sizes. They push those boundaries much further in Unreal Engine 5. So yeah, a lot of things, obviously, we have much better options and utility when it comes to building a large world that we always wanted. We simply started a bit too early with the technology. And we built a network to be able to support that as well, which that doesn't exist in Unreal Engine. Stop with this ooh, please. You come from Model 1. Of course. But yeah, 96, that's when I was starting in Ultima Line and, you know, got my world shaken up of, holy shit, this is the game I want to make in the future. Wait, your game is not a WoW clone? No. Are you looking for a WoW clone game, Sir Magnatron? Let me jump down again a little bit here, guys. I'm going off here. What did I miss? A lot of different discussions and questions, as always. You can always look the recap video that released the day after on YouTube and our websites. Let me jump down one more time. Does Star Wars have public stock to buy? Yes, Night Vike. We are listed on Nordic game markets. You can, what the hell was the instrument from American users? Damn, I forgot about the, there's a broker. There's obviously multiple brokers worldwide that allows you to buy stocks in Star Wars. I forgot about one of the name of the common one. Yeah, Fidelity, exactly, thank you. Mercy by Wilds. Continents going to have different region servers or going to make a different region server for all of Nave. We haven't fully committed and decided yet. We have a few different options there, but we're experimenting with the very exciting thought that it could be distributed on different continents for different in the world. Yeah, Fidelity is a broker that allows you to buy shares in Star Wars from America, for instance. And yeah, the share is in a pretty low state currently. There's a lot of speculation of our next milestone steps, making a better release with Epic Games and making it ready for the masses and starting marketing again. We have some cool stuff in the pipeline that will be exciting for the stock market and the players. Even if the server capacity is infinite, how will you prevent people from murdering new players with impunity? Could have been, yeah. So we'll learn a lot when it comes to that. So obviously the nature of when so-called PvP players come to the game to be murderers, PvP players, that's what they want to do. Obviously it's a very important responsibility on us devs to make sure that there should be incentive and promote the different features for those different players in mind where it makes sense. So usually our PvP players doesn't really get a lot of joy for killing a noob, nothing valuable to loot, and they just, you know, getting that reputation that they can't enter the nearby cities. Usually they do that because of lack of other things to do. If we can add meteor drops, specific the chosen one runs, where they can compete with other like-minded, giving a big nice challenge and big reward and big risk, then they will obviously go for that much more. And sieging, teasing, obviously all of this is something that excites those players much more than going to noobs to gain nothing. So obviously when we start adding those components, those players will be very excited to participate in that type of content. And the newbie areas obviously will be somewhat protected. There will be baseline stuff, nothing exciting in terms of high risk reward because it's close to cities and low security, from high security to low security. But the further away you venture, the more risk reward, and eventually no protection and no law zone at all, which means you can be killed at no risk or consequence. So there's this whole, a little bit like even line security system if you play that. So from null security to high security. That is something we are adding to and implementing now, as long with the nation and laws rule zones for the Epic Game release. And that is very important because we do want to protect and get new players into the game, educate them, give them a fair chance to understand and learn and adapt and love the game. And then the deeper they go, that's when they get ready for the high challenge and participate with other players. So the world will be, promoting towards that. So I hope that makes sense and will help new players, hopefully not being bothered too much by veterans that will be very busy doing exciting things instead. Do you see what I mean? Does your response to the question about killing new players mean that murder count will not be reworked? It will be heavily refined. That's what I mean. So the starting cities will be high security, which means as a new player, you wouldn't really be murdered there because the guards will handle that, right? And then when you go further out from the cities, there will be low security. There will be patrolling guards. There will be outposts that you will learn as a new player. So if you're close to them, most players will avoid attacking you because it's just a waste, right? So new players will have that kind of safety room without, they will never be fully secured because that's just a false protection then, because that's the nature of online. You can always be attacked in a city, but obviously the guards are there to quickly prevent that from happening and becoming chaos. But as you can see, there's a natural progression for new players where they can adventure, learn and explore. And then obviously when they're finished with that, if they want to tap into the more exciting, rewarding and the risks, they need to venture deeper out. And that's when there's obviously the consequence of no guards, no rules. It's up to the players. And there's also, like I said, the player cities. If a player city want to embrace new players, protect the players, they can actually build up a city, a fortress, hire strong guards and say, come here, live nearby here, we will protect you. And the guards will protect you. It's open for the public. We decide the rules and we don't allow any murders around here. There will be different tiers, right? And in the different zones, if there's a low protection zones, which means that one of the nations are prominent there, means you can still get that protection and murder counts and you can live there. Or you can go straight out to the lawless zones without murder counts. No nation is active there and it's up to the players 100%. So you see, that progression range is missing today, which is very important to get into the game for Epic Game release. Just like you say, we need to obviously make sure that PvP players get the joy out of that in the right way. Noobs should be doing noob things, learn the game, get into the game, and be somewhat protected and get a fair chance before they, reach out to the wild. Does it make sense? Hopefully it does. J45K say hold his beer. What the hell is whole beer? So yeah, the whole nation standings will also be refined and have a much more depth. There will be much longer from minus to plus, a long progression to go into the higher tiers. And there will also be a much more linear progression from now you can access the city, right? And that's it. If you have good standings and all, you can access the normal services. If you get even higher than that, that's when you can get even better prices. You can access specific high-valued buildings and NPCs that won't talk to anyone that doesn't have plus 15, for instance, 15.2 or whatever. So you're getting decimals, more depth, so you can work much harder and longer to reach high tiers, and you can be disliked. So you may be able to enter the city, but you may not be able to enter the banks even, or other buildings than the tavern. You can only go into the tavern without weapon and play some games or whatever. But if you want to access the normal services, you need to have a specific standings. And if you want to get even better support by the city, you need to have even better. So it goes from a very low primitive range now that we have now to a much more deep, complex that also promotes new tiers on top of that. You sums up greatly, Papa Henrik. I try. The Even Online 6 system is a very good one to mimic. Yeah, exactly. I played Even Online. It's one of the few MMOs I enjoyed since it released. Played it for many years on and off. And it was a very successful MMO, right? And a very close sandbox game. So one of the few ones that I also enjoyed. And yeah, they did some things very good, I think. The security system, some of the crafting was good. So yeah, obviously, like I said, we always try to take inspiration from good, successful sandbox games, which have been very few. You know, Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, EVE Online. I think those three are the strongest components, especially Star Wars Galaxies and Ultima Online, mostly. Will there be alt servers again after Unreal 5 release? So we are aiming onto a more impressive number that hopefully should make a huge difference when it comes to populating Myrland. That has been our goal since the Steam release, when we saw those areas that weren't completely broken. And we spent many months on fixing those big issues and improving forward. There's a few more components. I think we have 2 specific components that we know we need to push for a little bit more to feel, you know, very confident that we have a very impressive number for Myrland. Hopefully we will also be able to do some proper testing with those new parts on the server, so we can get real estimates and calculation on where we're standing exactly. Based on that number, obviously we need to prepare for a plan B. If that number is greatly being surpassed, we need to be prepared to be able to support those types of players. So we're looking at a few plan B, even plan C options, and it all depends on how many more players may wanting to play without sitting in queue in ridiculous amount of times. But the thing is also, as soon as we add additional thousands of players that can play on Myrland, the queue completely changes. So the more capacity, obviously, the much faster the queue moves. And also, since we have a one world server, we have all time zones. So there's always one going offline, online, offline, online. And the more players, the faster this queue moves, right? So if we can reach a certain number of thousand players, we also can roughly calculate how quickly the queue moves. That makes it bearable. But obviously then we also know if we have additional X thousand players on top of that, that's when we know that, okay, then maybe it gets out of control again. And that's when we need to have a already considered plan B in place and have that in a solid way, rather than having to build that plan B again, which we had to do in Steam, which was, you know, quite unfortunate and chaotic for us, everyone. Good morning, fam. Hope you're ready for our new launch. The biggest problem was all the login issues. Yeah, exactly. You know, obviously we got a real good picture of everything that got pushed to its limit, both during the first 2 stress tests, but they weren't really enough to show the grand issues, which obviously the Steam push did show us. And the problem there was that when we fixed one thing, we didn't instantly know when would the next one be? And there was always a next one in that whole area, the big weakness on the network solution. So months have been spent on rewriting those parts, and it's a day and night difference. Like I said, just to give you that kind of idea of, day and night difference have changed, is that when we had a battle of 400 players on the screen, our network solution handling that data calculation went to 37 seconds of delay stacking up packages. Obviously, you can understand if the game doesn't give you the data in time, 37 seconds too late, you can be dead, right? You didn't even see the swings, and then bam, you were dead after those 40 seconds, making it completely unplayable. That's also how it performed during the release. So people thought, okay, obviously I can't play on a European server because I'm American, because I don't see players fighting. A false statement because of, well, correct statement when the network wasn't working. Now when the network is working, we went from 37 seconds with 400 players in one area down to 1.6 milliseconds. So you can understand the difference is light years. So now we don't have that issue anymore. We can handle the largest high visuals, detailed real-time combat system in any MMORPG game in the world, guys, right now, to my knowledge at least. And that's impressive for us, a little Star World here in Sweden. So that is a huge achievement that we're very excited about, and that is obviously necessary for TC, right? We all know what's going to happen with TC. We have the Acts versus Coalition. Am I right? Am I right or wrong? That's going to push the large-scale battles, right? So obviously we need that in place for that to be enjoyable. Obviously the FPS is going to take a hit when you have insane amount of players on the screen, just like any other MMO, right? But we still have juice to squeeze out of the performance there. We know we can optimize quite a few areas, which we're gonna try to do as well as much as possible. And then, yeah, like I said, the next one is, again, the total capacity. We know there's some two specific bottlenecks that we want to push additional further to be happy with the capacity on Mirland. So yeah, a lot of work is being done when it comes to capacity, and have been done since Steam release in the background, and most of it is already live, as you have witnessed, but not everything still. If Epic launch games comes and brings like 2K players, would you be able to make another server and a serious server? We wouldn't need that. 2K players fits Mirland. So that's why we've been working so hard. We paused all marketing because we don't want to, get more new players without being ready for that step, both in terms of having a better new player experience, but also making sure that we can handle a much greater capacity. So those goes hand in hand. That's why we stopped all marketing. We went silent from the world. We went back to Shadowland and have been there now for a while, preparing for Epic Game release. And that's when we reach out again to repeat the Steam release, marketing, hype, awareness, all the influencers, everyone gonna pick it up again, and hopefully we're gonna be able to show that we can handle the release much better. I think 2K on a server is a modest estimate. Yeah, I obviously want more than 2K players. Mirland supports more. It's a quite large continent. But yeah, the thing is also, as soon as you start going into a certain amount of numbers, it completely quickly changes to feel much more populated and action everywhere in the world. We noticed those steps as well during the stress tests. We release Saruga around Epic release to help it. So it's a huge task to convert the world into the Unreal 5 support systems, to make full use of nanites and lumens and have a proper performance. It's a huge task. There isn't many games out there using Unreal 5 with lumens and nanites, because it's also such a new technology that there's so much happening every month when it comes to both Epic Games optimizing their systems, but also how do you utilize these different things the best possible way in a game. It's so new that even us developers talking to other developers that are using this tech is like experimenting with a lot of the things. Even Epic Games, you know, are experimenting with their tech. So that's why it haven't just been a quick switch to update and that's it. Now we have lumens and nanites and everything is that in the game. All the assets we have built needs to be worked and tweaked to fully be optimized and utilize these new visual cool systems that are really pushing it to the next gen, both visually and in some ways performing. So we're working towards that. And yeah, obviously just using lumens makes the game look insane. That's what you see when you see Unreal 5 cool promo videos and content. That's lumens in action. It gives this hyper realistic light system and shadows in the world that makes it look one of a kind. And obviously we want to utilize that. $3K players is a lot for Milan. Yeah, I mean it's a good number for sure for Milan, and I think it's gonna feel quite alive, for sure. But yeah. I mean, yeah, it's such a personal opinion here, right? Like Ingves say, even at 1K players, Milan isn't big enough for more. And then if you ask some of the other player groups, they feel that the game is too large when they want instant action. They want to go left and right and be there quickly and have action quickly. You know, we understand and see all points, right? Everyone is right on their specific view and opinion there. But one thing is for sure, if the game is growing as planned, the space of Milan is going to run out eventually. Just building cities with TC, there's going to be a lot more housing, a lot more cities being constructed, which eventually mean the land space will run out, just like it did in Ultima Online, for instance, pushing up the house pricing because the only way to get a house eventually is to buy on a second market. So obviously we will need the additional continents over time so people can enjoy building their own cities over time as well. Because again, we are here on a marathon, not a short sprint. We have plans to run Mortal 9 for many years, keep expanding it, making the best exciting game ever over time. Then obviously people and guilds will be joining and want to build their kingdoms, right? And with more kingdoms, there will be more player conflicts, more action for everyone to go for, and just keeps pushing the game to be even more exciting. I think if you keep punishing reds or murders, the game will die. No, like I said, the game has areas to offer for all play styles. I talked a lot about this a few minutes ago when it comes to just look at EVE Online's null six system. That's one of the approach we're going for, and it worked perfectly fine in EVE Online. That's also one of the reasons we want to apply some of those mechanics to get a better balance. If you are a murderer or PvP player, you don't benefit from going to a noob area and kill innocents to gain nothing, right? And that's how you become red murderer. And you don't have to do that anymore when we add this component that we are talking about. You will be busy having real fights out in the world where there are no murder placement, no murder consequences, your own cities. You see what I mean? You need to see the grand picture. I know it's difficult because we haven't delivered those components yet, but we're getting to those components. It starts with TC and the nation zones. It starts there, and then we expand on it over time. Wanted to run the game forever, at least until I die. For sure. Mortal 2 gonna obviously surpass Mortal 1 because we've seen it day and night in terms of player interest of the game. We were really pleasantly surprised to see so many random and casual players and hardcore players coming from nowhere, seeing Mortal 2 for the first time, doing the stress test, and was blown away and said, holy shit, this is the future sandbox game. Can't wait to play it. And whenever you reach those milestones, when we get sieging and TC, etc., we're gonna get here. We're ready. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting. And obviously we're already surpassing Mortal 1 in a few areas, and very shortly we're gonna surpass it in the rest when it comes to, obviously the TC and a few other features. Just a much better game how we envisioned Mortal 9 to be, but we're restricted so heavily, both in terms of Unreal Engine 3 and lack of experience, pretty much. We haven't decided the second continent's location yet, and the options we may have there. So we'll update on that later. We don't have really a maximum duration of a sprint in our dev process. What's important is to get it right and not break server stability or gameplay experience. That is number one, right? So we always try to improve our process to protect that, protect you as a player. And obviously some features and sprints are less complicated than others. The three we have now, they're all quite large and complicated, and we need to nail them. Elementalism, the large one in the next. And then we have a huge one, obviously, with TC and Sieging. The first pack in those components. They are huge, they're exciting, they're a big gameplay changer, and it adds a long-term goal for all players. Not only that, we have multiple guilds that are they're not playing today, they're gonna start playing with that patch. And we have a rumored big war that will most likely start along with that as well. So a lot of things that we need to get right for that patch. So therefore, we can't obviously just rush it out. That would may be a disappointment if we miss something vital. So that's why we don't have any dates, and we can't really, at this point, estimate exactly where we stand. When we get closer and we have, showed you more of it, we also will know exactly more that, okay, we are in a good position now, we're getting close, and this is our estimates of when we plan to go live with it. You apply for a GM position. We only hire external GMs. They are not allowed to play the game or be involved at any because of obvious biased complications. So yeah, you can't have any gaming relations at all if you're going for a GM position. So we hire external GMs that have no relation to the players. They don't know anything about the players because they should only be following our protocol and guidelines and tools systems that we also are improving now, getting ready for Epic Game release. Looks like you're hungry for the giveaway. Is that it? Let me start it, because yeah, it is time, guys. Let me start it. One moment, guys. One moment. All right, it's online. So type it now if you haven't already. Until I said now. Explanation mark MO2. We are on the MO giveaway then. So let's run that. The direwolves and wolves have been adjusted in the pet point control. We have a small fix patch, polish patch that we will deploy very shortly, and it includes a little adjustment on the wolves and direwolves. So yeah, they will be a little bit in a better range in how many you can control and what level you can afford. So they were a little bit on the top, and it will be adjusted. We also have some good fixes on the bosses and some good fixes overall. So guys, what was this year's Christmas gift? Was there a winner? Do you know, guys? Was it hardware or was it? Steam Deck. Was that a big one? I actually got a Steam Deck from Steam. They were kind enough to send us a few. So we can play around with it. It's pretty cool. A new Jeep Wrangler. That is sick. That is sick. Professional headset, eh? PS5. Krampus gave you 200 tongue steel. That's decent. XQ, a lot of cars. A lot of cars, eh? That's some gift. Got a MO2 mug in the mail for Christmas. That's nice. That's nice. I hope to see it on your next stream. Got faced. Will I? Will I? 1 silver from one of the Krampus bags. What? Did you only pick one bag then, Avira? Because that was the minimum. You got 1 silver per bag. Wine, vegetable, slicers, wine carafe. So nothing special. No, it's nice. It's nice. 6-pack a pack of beer. A Hellcat. What the hell is going on? We have 3 cars so far in the chat. So that was back to useless. Got it. No. We tried to make it very careful. We calculated the max amount and how you can mix between a few or going a little bit higher level. We want that kind of option, you know. You have 2 choices to make an interesting pack herd. So no, just careful adjustment. We're gonna have a few adjustments on some of the non-really used or powerful or functional on many of the abilities. Want to win from my brother? We can play with 3. Yeah, we will see. We will see. Maybe you're lucky. Got a gamer. Heck no, Henrik, join the free folk of Nave. This year's Christmas gift was getting pushed into the fire at Krampus' house and lost everything by joy. By Jove. Yeah, you have to be careful about that fire, right? There were some people trying to push me in as well when I was there last time. Yeah, we should have one of those RP events. We have some really talented, awesome, entertaining streamers in our community, which I think is really awesome to see. So when it's time to hit Mortal on the world map again, let's bring Lyric, you know, the big streamer. He's awesome as well. And there were some other big RP players that was just so entertaining to watch. I had the time of my life watching them play during the stress test, and they really seem to enjoy it as well. You know, it's first person, our VoIP system, it's a perfect match for a lot of that RP and exciting elements, right? So let's see if we can put together something with all those streamers. It could be very entertaining. Who was the winner? We haven't rolled it yet, so there's still time to sign up. Exclamation mark MO2, and I'm gonna roll it momentarily. We got a Walther PPK. What the hell is that? Walther, is that a weapon or what? I'm not sure. Yeah, since I always have most streaming gear already, so it was nice getting some appliances and some wine. For sure, for sure. Is there any possibility of getting ancestry reroll for characters? we had a discussion with that, and I talked to Mats also, and yeah, there may be a possibility for us to add a very specific ritual way or components. So because obviously we don't want people to ninja roll back and forth, changing names on the fly. Like we said many times, building and committing to your character, making a name for your character and reputation is supposed to mean something of great value. If you're playing the game for many years, you may become famous for that awesome, nice player, trader, or fighter, or whatever that may be, or that sneaky thief that always backstabs. So be careful about doing business with him, or run at all time. That's supposed to be integrated part of the core game, right? So obviously we need to be very careful then when it comes to changing your appearances or races. But Mats thought that there's a good suitable way to give some options here if you really want to change that base clade without having to re-roll completely. That kind of makes sense, right? If we can do that right, then maybe, yeah, it's something we need to obviously need to spend more time on, fully iron out first. It's also connected to the Diva system we always been talking a little bit. Ban Ogmi Immortal is view butting and making game look bad. I would hope he doesn't make the game look bad, but when it comes to Twitch rules and view butting, etc., like I said many times, I'm a Twitch noob. I don't know much about Twitch and what view butting and all that is all about. I guess Twitch handle that on their own. I don't know at all. We are obviously fully focusing on our game interaction and game actions first of all. That's what we can control and look into. When it comes to Twitch, I don't know if there's anything we can do or should do, if you know what I mean. But yeah. Shit, my neck. Shit, I slept bad this night, so I need to be careful with my neck. Any provision Mac support? We don't focus on supporting anything else than Windows PC, but we have seen others playing around with it with some success. So there we see Mac users playing and buying the game. It's not a big portion though, but it seems to be working. But like I said, we don't really have any commitments to that currently. Henrik, you should drink some more water. I should have more warm tea, but I need to make some new. But I won't be streaming a lot longer soon anyway. So I need to. I have to endure. I got a real snatch in my neck. I felt a little stiffness and pain since I slept this night. So, but I'm pretty good. Humans are so hilarious. How do we get injured just by sleeping? Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can lay on a pillow in a bad position, and if you lay there being awake for a long time, you feel the strain on the neck, right? But if you're so tired that you manage to fall asleep while you're in that position, so you don't really notice you're pushing that strain, then all of a sudden you have been in that for a few hours before moving or waking. And then you have a strain. I think that's how I got it. You need a new pillow. I actually have one of those, what are they called? Foam memory that kind of, it's like hard when you hit it, when it's cold, but then slowly adjust and stay there. So it's actually one of those that are good for the neck. If I lay correctly on it, that is. I don't remember the name of them. It's a specific brand. I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm playing Linux just fine. Yeah, that's good to hear. Do we ever get anything from our more than one capes or vet point system? We have a little something. It's just that we had to put that on the backbone until we are back on track. But we have a little something. Need a mage. Alright, let's see. So if you just tune in, exclamation mark M2, I'm gonna roll it in just a few seconds. Roll the rigged giveaway. It's never rigged, my friend. It's never rigged. It takes randomly one of the people that sign up for the roll. Temple, exactly. Temple. Is that a international brand? I guess it is, right? Bamboo. And it's always when I stream, I always sit leaning forward a little bit to be close to the mic because you didn't hear me as well before. So I got a bad habit in leaning forward, which put a strain on my neck as well. I need to crank up the sensitivity and sit back. Yeah, about the guild system invitation, it's on our to fix list. They're looking at it. Saint Chalmers 33. Direwolf nerf. There's coming a patch very shortly that address the pet point cost a little bit. I'm doing the giveaway in just a moment. I haven't rolled it yet, so if you just tune in, I have a few seconds left. Yes, large guild invitation. We are aware of it, and we will hopefully have it fixed as soon as we can. So we are aware. Let me jump down. I see the same guild question being repeating, but now I've responded. I want to be humans. So like I mentioned before, it's the same question. So we are gonna revisit this. It will most likely be sometime after Epic Game release where in a certain way you may be able to re-roll your clades without having to re-roll the whole character. Mats thought that there would be a good way. But like I said, we need to be careful because we don't want people to change race clades on the fly, you know? You need to commit to it. But yeah, for now, you need to re-roll if you absolutely want to change clade. Red only town 1. We have 2 red towns already. Helgod, Helgod, Helgodl. Yeah. There's a few pet abilities that are a little bit underwhelming. I think there's even some that doesn't really function completely correctly. So yes, we will follow up on those. We will tweak the numbers a little bit to make sure that they all have some use for sure. It was a huge task and a lot of things, and it's not only for pet users, obviously, as you noticed, it's also the wild creatures uses them also, which spices things up, right? Alright, let's roll the giveaway then. It's time. Exclamation mark M2. If you just tune in. And then here we go. Here. Alright. I wish you all a very good luck for this mortal giveaway. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Congratulations, grumpy old shakes. You won yourself a Mala F key. So, do we have him in here? Let's see. Grumpy old shakes. Are you here? In here? My grumpy old friend. Rigged. Congratulations. Good name, indeed. Let's see. Grumpy old shakes. Are you here? You need to be here within a few minutes. If not responding in time, we will do another roll. That's the rules. He's here, guys. He's here. Awesome. Let me grab you. Grab the key for you. Congratulations, here we are. Grumpy old shakes, are you a veteran or new? Need to whisper or line. Yeah, he got me, We got it in a DM. Alright, that was the giveaway, and we are on ending notes. New. Oh, awesome. So you never played Mortline before? Is this your first try? Or you just started? Congrats, read giveaway winner. Always rigged, no matter who wins, right? Why is it not possible to use space in guild names? Yeah, that's a good question. Let's look into that. Let's look into that. How long did it take to develop Mortline 2? It feels really complex. Lolinator. So the first development started back in, what the hell was it, 2005. I started, what was it? I started the company in 2005, but the production didn't start then. And I listed the company on the stock market 2007. And before, a little bit before 2007, I started right on the game design just to have that framework. In 2007, the production started. We gathered a team and we started to build things. So it's been a crazy long journey. And then obviously Mortline 2 comes from Mortline 1, right? So a lot of the systems, baseline, rules, etc., we could utilize and convert very quickly and efficiently. That's why you saw warp speed production and delivery in every patch during the whole beta phase in Hotline 2. Every second week we patched something huge to the game, and a lot of people were active testing. It was awesome, and the progression was quickly to get those components into place. So yeah, I mean, if you look at the total, I mean, we have rewritten a lot to improve and fix, obviously, for Hotline 2. You can't just copy paste, obviously, and also we built those 16 years ago. So obviously today we also know that today we will build that quite differently and more efficiently. So that's why we haven't just moved it over. We have taken time to actually rewrite and refactor code to make sure it's more stable, robust, and work for the foundation, work better for the long run. So yeah, so it's difficult to calculate the effective time, obviously, based on those processing steps. But yeah, everything started back in 2007. So quite the journey to be here today. Professor Henrik Giga Chad. So yeah, it is complex. There's so many systems that are crazy as hell when it comes to complexity, but that's also one of the beauty. Some dynamics and complex of those crafting system is, something that really is unique and exciting. And of course, we have a one-of-a-kind combat system to be a MMORPG game in this scale also that makes many PvP players very interested as well, obviously. We have a lot of strong hooks and features that are quite unique for this genre. But also, like I said, very inspired from Ultima Line, Star Wars Galaxies, and some Evo Line. Do you study in university? Yes, university. I did. The latest I did study was more pure game development. I studied what is it called in business and economics, stuff like that. And then the latest I wanted to learn and educate my more in not just being a gamer and know how to start the company project, but also learn how to make games and participate and be involved with the developers. I studied also additional 2 years just game development, how to do game design, and I went through everything from some basic coding to arts to all those different steps. So I have a general idea of everything, and I can communicate well with all the developers, which is obviously a very good thing to be able to do when also being heavily involved in game design and help with the development. So I'm quite wide when it comes to that, and I also can't spend all my dedicated time into go very deep into something game development wise, because I'm also, as you know, the CEO of the company, which also comes along with a lot of work surrounding the company and not just directly the game development. So I need assistance with game design and stuff like that to iron out the details and document the details, and I make more the framework pretty much. All right, what's going on in here? A lot of talk about Ogmer. Let's focus on this stream's topics, guys. How many people are there developing Hotline 2? We are about 40 people today involved in the various process of the development. So we have grown slowly but steady from quite small team to quite small team still to be this genre, but we're not 11 people anymore. We were 11 when we started first. I think we were 11 back in the days. And it's also interesting because depending on the team size, the dynamics and process completely change after certain numbers. There's a few steps that completely change the work structure and efficiency and all that. So we are in that edge now when it changes again. So we have had to refine a lot of our work structure and procedure within the team to make sure we are efficient and can continue do good work on Hotline 2 and moving forward. many people did you have when you did a Steam launch? We were just a few less. I think we were around 30, about 30 people. So we added a few people since Steam launch. I responded to that before, Velek. I'm not ignoring any questions, and I understand that obviously if you weren't here before when I responded, I can't just keep looping. So that is one explanation. If I seem to be ignoring a question, it may be that I've responded to it once or twice already earlier. That's also why when I start getting close to 3 hours, they're getting more and more loops, because obviously people come and go, right? And I don't want to sit here and repeat myself and bore everyone that have been here for the first time. Does it make sense? Like I said, we will revisit some of the magic after elementalism and see where we're standing, what we can do and what's needed to do. There's a few things that are a little bit weak, yes. A few features that needs additional steps to be more in good place before we move forward again. Schnauz, and what is it? Sikai or Pink Eye. That when I hear they stream, I was sitting working, having that on the side. It's such a blast. I'm laughing every time I hear his Arnold dialect. It's such a fun. Yesterday I was working late. I heard him. Thumberg was streaming. Sikai was next to him, and he was talking to another guy. And I just heard how he was laughing. He said, "Watch his beautiful face." It was such a amazing moment. I had such a laugh. So, yeah. Thanks for that, guys. It makes working late much more entertaining. Amazing face, the Sikai. That Thursa face was well done. Very suiting the voice. Are going to be able to collect and craft bamboo? Why do you need bamboo? We have a dismount, but we obviously need to add the debuff timer so you can't instantly mount again. We are missing the dismount animation when you fall down on your back, which is very complicated to make it look function good. So that will take longer time. So instead of just waiting on that, we plan to add a debuff timer that would bring some better balance to the dismount functions. Sikai now no longer stink. Stink eye. Should we keep those gems like adamant, topaz, rubo that we're looting for eventual G with crafting, or just render them? There will be and can be multiple use of any gems and many other artifacts, relics, and so on. So again, I obviously don't want to say exactly what I want to do, but there will be various trades, NPCs that may only want to trade certain things for certain gems, artifacts, and yeah, there's always the sell value if you need money, but there will be a few options for sure, and a few more over time as well. They're also used in rituals. So yeah, I just want to say that there will be a few more options also additionally. So it's up to you if you want to grab the cash now or save a few. Something is in Bhakti is lag a lot if you look in certain directions. So that is not lag, that is a FPS drop, right? It's always constant battle for us devs when we hear feedback, when people try to give us good feedback on, you know, lag or FPS performance. And it's very understandable, obviously, that gamers may not know all the difference when giving the feedback. It's very valuable and great that they give us the feedback, so I'm not bashing in any way. But again, it's also good to, you know, give the information so you can help us even better sometime. So in this case, I'm quite sure you mean the performance goes down, the FPS drops in a certain direction. And yes, there are several cities that needs heavy optimization. Some areas need better optimization, so you don't notice that big drop. Yes, FPS drop after the recent patch down to 1525 FPS on 3080. Yeah, that's quite severe. Of course, we'll take a look, but yeah, the baseline needs more optimization in many of the zones and areas, and specifically cities. We are fully aware of that, so we plan to do sessions over those. Notice I would get disconnect doing spirit shit if I didn't love cap my FPS to 60. Luck. What? So can you explain what you did? Is there a report on this in the game? That sounds strange. I'm quite sure that if a satchel spawn on a roof or location where you can't access it, I'm quite sure it may respawn in a new location over time, just like the raffle bags did. I think they use the same kind of spawn system. But yeah, there's obviously some location, if you can't reach them at all, there shouldn't be any nav mesh on those positions. That also makes it impossible for anything to spawn there. So, but yeah, if there's a report on it, then the art team could cover that one. I'm not having any odd drops like that aside from the shader comp starter. Yeah, so there is location in the world that needs, for sure, more optimization, and we try to cover a lot of that for the Epic Game release. And there are also the whole world transition. When you run through different level zones, so the world is built in different zones in terms of loading one package and deload the old one. So and that is the biggest strain on your CPU, and it kind of halts the whole thing because it pauses your graphic card to do anything. So that's when you notice this big stutter, and in worst case, if you have a even slower CPU, you may have at worst case up to even a few seconds freeze. So quite annoying. And the big thing here is the world terrain data being loaded and offloaded. It's a huge world, as you know. There's a lot of detail, a lot of high detail vegetation, and that's quite a big load and deload for the CPU, and that can't happen simultaneously. So it freezes that thread up for the game, on the main thread. So and yeah, that's a bad experience when you run back and forth over those lines, especially being in combat is quite terrible. So we are working on solving those heavy lines. There's a few things we can do or need to do and work on to make that much smoother. Cities are nearly unplayable, 15 FPS on an RTX 3060. I mean, it depends heavily on what city, right? There are some cities that are quite decent, and then there are some real bad ones. I think Middle is quite bad generally. Tindrem, somewhat bad also. And then there are some better, obviously. But yeah, in general, the cities need more optimization for sure. You change the weapon reduction to 15% durability rather than 50 durability. The weapons become efficient way too early. I thought we did that already. I had it on my notes, and I thought that was one of the points for one of a patch. But if you say that's still the case, then apparently that didn't happen. We did mean to reduce that penalty a little bit more. Because yeah, we read the feedback that you have to have a good amount of weapons and throw them away as candy when you surpass that 50 dur. And it's quite harsh. So we meant to do a nudge there. GPU isn't as important for this game, correct? I believe CPU RAM is the difference making in this game, yeah? So first of all, yeah, the main bottleneck in most cases you have in Mortal Line is the CPU. So you want a fast core CPU to reduce that bottleneck as much as possible. And we always try to find areas where we can also optimize the CPU stalls and loads. And we have found several steps over this year and done a lot of optimization already. But yeah, it's still CPU bound, which means if you're CPU bound, it doesn't matter if you change resolution. That's where your GPU will be utilized a little bit more if you increase the resolution. And that's also how you can notice if you're CPU bound or not. If you are playing in 4K and have DLSS on, if you don't notice a difference, then obviously you're CPU bound. And yeah, the GPU can't really crunch more than that. So yeah, mostly CPU bound currently, and that's always a big challenge. There's always a main thread, even though you have many threads, many cores. The main thread is capping the game, and I was hoping that Unreal Engine could improve this, utilize it better, but it's been a challenge for a long time. So obviously we try to offload as much as possible on the CPU to minimize this. And again, this is also why small maps are very efficient in Unreal Engine. You don't have to have those big swaps of levels and data that stalls the CPU today. But yeah, slowly but steady, it's getting improved. And we have identified the big ones, and I hope that we can cover all of those in a good way for the Epic Game release, so it will be much more smooth generally. Crashing in spirit form frequently. So when you crash, you get these reports. If you write in the window what you did or what happened, it also helps our developers to identify what that crash may be tying to. But I don't think we have reports of any, to my knowledge, any code crashes on clients. The most common client crash we have is GPU driver not responding, and a very common factor there is overclocking, actually. Overclocking your graphic card and it stops responding and crashes. It's quite common, actually. So if you do have frequent crashes and you have overclocked your graphic card, a good tips is to try to not overclock it and see if that helps. I'm not bottlenecked at all. My GPU usage hover around 60%. My CPU at its highest was 68. So that's the thing, Stratus. You are CPU bound. You are bottlenecked. Your main thread is capped. And if you reduce that load on the CPU so it's not as capped anymore, you will see your GPU percentage go up because it's gonna be utilized more. So it's a little bit tricky. If you just look at window and watching at those numbers that you just said, you don't get the full picture. You are thread bound pretty much when you have those So Unreal 5 doesn't solve all of that magically when it comes to multi-threaded world composition loading. So there's a few things there that they have, but we have played around a lot with those systems, and some of them are in a pre-alpha state, I would say. So to our disappointment, we can't really utilize everything new in Unreal Engine 5. You know, it is a new engine, even though it's like commercially released. There are systems in the engine that are in beta mode. That is, you know, obviously comes at a risk to use in a commercial game early on. So there we need to be very careful when it comes to deciding on some of the tech. So we follow up on that, obviously, whenever Epic Games update those systems. But we can't utilize everything, sadly, at this point. So we need to obviously always find our way we know that can help and improve various areas of the game. So it's a work in progress, pretty much. Yeah, the Tin Room Docks is coming back eventually. We are missing that part in Tin Room. Strategy, you're heavily CPU bottlenecked. Very few games can utilize the CPU 100% partition. That means your GPU has 40% more to offer. Yeah, exactly. He's thread bound. He's thread bound. And a thread, you know, when you see this CPU load, it says 40% or 80%. That is the total, or depending on what you're looking at there. But if you go into each thread, you're going to see that there's one game thread for Mortal 9 that is 100%. And that is causing the bottleneck. Oh, my neck. I need some neck massage. My game freaks out on 12500K. It's not a hardware problem. What do I mean with my game freaks out? An AMD CPU recommendation. And so today, actually, the best gaming CPU is the 13th generation of Intel. It have a small edge in general, because it have these performance cores that is specifically mined for gaming. So a few cores are higher clock rates, getting more juice to perform better in games, because games uses less cores in general while doing other work applications or whatever, rendering, heavy stuff, compiling. That's when you use all cores heavy. So there are some what I call economy cores that are there to help multi-threading performance on the Intel 13th gen. But the performance cores are there quite generally to boost up games, and it does work. They have a lead on a few games over AMD's, including the AMD's latest generation, 7000 something. But yeah, AMD got back a little bit more. They dropped it on their 5000 generation, and now they are back quite close again to Intel. But I think 13500K is the king of the throne still overall in performance, even though it's insanely hot and draw a lot of juice from your power supply. But yeah, to maximize Model 9, I think the combination is a 13500K with a 4090 card, and then you are cranking it. But obviously that's the top end hardware currently, so quite expensive currently. When did you know that you want to start a game company? I mean, already when I started beta playing or completely hooked in Ultima Online back in the days when I was young, I thought that was just insanely awesome and exciting, because that whole new world to play online with thousands of players was so pure magical back then. It was quite early tech-wise. So that kind of planted a seed, right? And then I always been interested in, entrepreneurship, company and business, been doing a little bit of everything, and I think that is a very exciting thing to work with. And I always had a lot of different projects going on. So obviously when I got older, I kind of combined the two things I'm very passionate about: running a company project and making a game, and specifically a MMORPG game. So that was obviously a dream to try to make happen, but I also knew that it's impossible. You can't just go without anything and get those millions and get the tech, get the team, and make something like that impossible to happen, right? It just doesn't happen. But that's also one of my skills or traits, I guess. I go crazy. I go to any length to make the impossible possible, and I won't ever stop and give up, even though I should, or a normal person would. So yeah, it was quite a long journey to get that puzzle together, find investors, investing obviously all my own fundings into it to show the investors that I'm in serious business here and commit everything myself. I'm not just asking for anyone else to take the risk. And I wanted to educate myself better in how to make game and communicate with game developers, all of that, and then build a team as best as possible. Even though also back then there was almost no game educations available, so it was quite specific to find game developers or become a game developer back then. And yeah, just getting the fundings. I mean, an investor that doesn't have a clue what you're talking about doesn't obviously give you millions and hope for the best. They only invest in something they can understand and touch and see and fully understand. So that was one of the impossible missions that took a long time to get people on board. And then to get, since we're making an MMORPG, you need a lot of money, right? So, and it's also unique in that way that you need to work for several years without getting any fundings at all. Just cost a lot during those years, so it makes it even more difficult. So that's why I listed the company on the stock market to get additional help, fundings, and investors. And I did that very well. In record speed, it was overlisted. And at that time, I was also actually one of the youngest to start and list a company like that on that stock market in Sweden. So it was a very exciting journey to make happen. And yeah, now 17 years later, we are here. So a crazy journey for sure, and such a challenge for sure in so many ways. In so many ways you wouldn't never have imagined also. I mean, you can imagine a lot of, of course that would be a challenge, that would be a challenge, but then you can add 100 things more on that list that you would never dream of that could happen when starting this journey in this project, that just amazes you, like, holy shit, what's going on now? What is happening now? What is this? What is that? How do we solve this? How do we solve that? And what do we need now? So yeah, it's a challenge. And I also understand why not quite a lot of developers only last in the business for X amount of years, and then they usually stop or leave the gaming industry, because it's quite specific. It's not only building your stuff in this silence. You have the whole world as an audience, right? And internet, right? Everyone is obviously constantly making their giving their feedback in good ways, but also in horrible ways. Not only that, there are always people that want to destroy and sabotage and just be criminals. So it's a challenge in that way also. But yeah, at the same time, I think it's been a very awesome and exciting journey. And obviously, we all in the team have grown so much. So yeah. Got your back, Henrik. We love this world. Awesome to hear, Bruce, Lee, Rob. I really appreciate it. And so does the entire team at Star Wars. I mean, it's understandable, right? you may not think about it, but this is your heart, right? We spend our heart, soul, blood and sweat, everything into this. And then you put it out there and hope that people will enjoy it, you know, right? And then some of these people just come there to really try to throw crap and just talk trash and lie and sabotage. Obviously, that's a harsh thing to experience as a human being, right? And you know, it's internet, so it's understandable that, you know, we need to be careful, and I want to protect the team as well as much as possible. We have done something amazing. I'm very proud of the team, but I also understand that people in general don't really see that. They play grand games. The bar is really high. We have the giants, some of the most rich company in the world, all there leading, making the games for us. And it's like, you know, Hollywood movie, but game production, the same even larger budget and insane resources, right? And there are we, Starwalt, with a fraction of that resources. Obviously, you know, that demand from a casual player that don't know what we're doing, comparing it to World of Warcraft or, you know, stuff like that. It's a challenge. Yeah, I saw a little hiccup on the server now, actually, a moment ago. Let me see. Should be fine now, though. I see normal stats now, but I saw a hiccup a moment ago with a drop on something. Let me see if it was a node that went a little crazy. Yes, 19. It was like 3 minutes ago. One of the nodes died and a backup node took over. I guess that's what you're referring to, right? Yeah, a node died and a recover node took over. That takes a few seconds, and then yeah, your connection may break during that. But after that, the recover node successfully takes over. Everything is back to normal. That's actually what happened. About 3-4 minutes ago, I saw that happen. But yeah, now it's normal again. So a little hiccup on one of the nodes, and it's only in one specific area. So everyone in that area, I guess, was affected. But yeah, thanks for feedback, and I can see that happen. So Sebastian gonna check the log on that tomorrow. Hopefully, can see what happened. Yeah, that's actually crazy. So back in the days when we had so many issues with the network nodes, me and Sebastian were discussing, look, we need to find a solution that can make us sleep during night. So let's build a recovery node system. And it's one of a kind. He made a really good job there. So it detects if a node, you know, fucks up in a way, stops responding or die. A recovery node is always running and takes over when that happens. So there's a minimal hiccup. In most cases, players actually don't notice it. Worst cases, you notice it like now. But it, you know, goes straight back to normal after it taken over. So yeah, that was a really good investment to build a backup recovery node system. If not, yeah, things would be quite bad right now. And I would have to wake up Sebastian. Ephemeral server nodes invented in 2022 by Starwalt. We actually built this for already in Modern 1 when we had a nightmare there. So yeah. But yeah, that was a good investment. That have saved a lot of server total crashes or reboots. Cluster is a must. Yeah. All right, looks like we are out of questions today. We are talking about other streamers and stuff. Not really the place in this stream, right, guys? You can do that in their streams. It's good if we try to focus on mortal only questions in here for now. Any news on elementalism? No, not any real news. I do want to make a little showcase on some of it soon in one of our upcoming streams, similar to how I did with the necromancy showcase that I did. So we're gonna show some real projectiles soon enough, and we're also getting closer to that patch, you know. So you will soon be playing around with it yourself. Does rare gem luck work? Yes, it should work, to my knowledge. Any news on TC? No, not any real news other than that we have discussed briefly during our other streams. Again, I also do plan to do a little showcase there. We're also trying to put together a little video of those things when we are about to release it to show the world we are delivering TC. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to showcase elementalism. There's a lot of testing, experimenting going on now, and refining the spells. So as soon as we have a few of them that we decide to showcase and have them in the right way, both effective-wise visuals and how they perform, because again, we want to show something that when you see it, that's what you can expect, so not totally completely changes or a different thing. So when we get a little bit closer to that, I plan to jump in and show a little bit of that if that's possible. We don't have an exact timeline for the sprint publicly, and that is because, you know, we want to make sure that we are happy with it and we release it in a good state after our testing sessions are sufficient. That's why we don't have any dates. We only have the rough estimates so far on our current sprints that we have delivered so far, and then yeah, you can guess. When we get closer, obviously when we're ready, we will update that. Please keep refining the features you already have instead of adding new stuff. Yeah, like I said, so after elemental instrument, we're gonna take a few look on some of the magic that we have that we wanna take a look at. There's a few things we wanna add and tweak. And there's also a few other areas that we wasn't sure if it's going to work and be worth all the investment, so we implemented them in the starts, and when the players are confirmed, yeah, it works, it's fun. For instance, the bounty hunting system, we were quite unsure if that's gonna work the way we did it, and we didn't want to invest too much of the time on all the rewards and all the other system tied to it if we couldn't get it to work without major abuse or not fun at all. Now when we see people do bounties and having quite a lot of fun on a daily basis with that part, then we know we can commit to it and add to that system, like adding rewards, adding more tools and options to sign them up for those when it comes to range and how many bounties you can have and so on. So we refine it to make it more fully fledged, Can we get better visuals for Echo? So one of the things I do want to change, we were a little bit back and forth here. So in the first game, so Ecumenical has a very specific rule, as you know, and that is the hit scan. You need to correctly hit, and then the effect appears on him. But so in the first game, we actually had a fake projectile flying like a homing missile, and that looked cool and good, but everyone started to complain that, man, that is a homing missile, make it a real projectile instead. And that was the #1 complaint constantly. So we said, let's make the effect fit the hit scan, and that means you hit it, the effect goes on the target, right? So that's why there's no fake projectile homing missile flying anymore. But then also it looks like a little bit more boring. The feedback isn't as clear. So I think we want to add some kind of effect again that shows the relation from my hands to you, that I'm actually shooting it and I can see, holy shit, someone is shooting from there. It looks cooler, it looks better, the feedback is better. So that's something that I would like to add again. I mean, it's not a critical thing. It just, yeah, it looks better, maybe feels a little bit better, and awareness of what's going on for the players. That is a good thing for the gaming experience, right? But we have a few things that is a little bit higher prioritized order. Oh. But yeah, it's something I want to do whenever we can. So we will see. We have a little refinement, like I said, over for some of those systems before we continue adding new systems in general. Constantly get disconnected because where I live, I don't have great internet. Yeah, that's tricky. Obviously, if you have a lot of packet loss, the ping goes through the roof. Then our system will disconnect because there may be a situation where the game experience, not only you but everyone around you, gets badly affected, right? And it may look crazy. So in that case, obviously, we need to make sure that we protect the game and all the players in general. So it's a tricky one, survival bird, because we can't give too much when it comes to those crazy peaks and packet loss because of how the game will be affected. So I'm not sure. I mean, if we got your character, we can see the log and we can see exactly what happens, what kind of latency issue or ping issue or packet loss you are actually suffering to our servers, and then we can see if it's just within the line or if it's something totally crazy. There are a few of those cases that we can see in our logs, and at this point it wouldn't make sense for us to increase it so much that those doesn't get disconnected, because if we do, there are room for abusement in the game, and that's a bad thing. So that's why we are careful there right now. Is there a plan balancing for color and correct races? Yes, I have made a calculation for it. It's just that Sebastian took a quick look. I was hoping that it was, quite straightforward calculation. But when we looked at the calculation for this system that was made a long time ago, quite complex and advanced how that calculation gives the result. So we couldn't just spend the 5 minutes to make it happen. We need to spend time to make sure we don't mess it up. So we said, okay, let's wait with this. We can't spend that time currently on that until we are, finished with some of our deadlines. But we do plan. We have the calculations. So I think it was Blaine or Herga that getting a small point. Correct and colors are getting the most of the points pool. And then there was some else that got a tiny bit. So that is planned for, and that needs to happen sooner or later to make that correct pool balance at least. But I can't say when, because like I said, Sebastian didn't dare to do a just chance that it should be like this. Let's try. So we said, okay, let's wait. Hope that makes sense. But it is planned for. Yes, Low Hodo. I've responded several times on some, and I keep getting the same question. I don't know why. Are you taking breaks and coming back and ask the same questions again, or what's going on? Or am I responding to it so late that you're not aware of my response? Because it happens every now and then, not only you, but a few times here. Yes, Tin Room docs are coming back. It's the missing part of Tin Room, but I don't know exactly when that will happen. Cannibal, love the new patch, and Beastmaster is so much fun. Yeah, there's some tweaks needed and refinement for sure, but in general we got very positive feedback. The PvE is more fun, there's more tactics that can happen, obviously, and of course tamers can utilize and use player skills to perform more effectively over just passive attacks. So yeah, we are approaching that goal with pets. Stream saying not to play Mortal and play Darkfall as well. Yeah, that is poor. That is bad. I hope that anyone streaming our game obviously promote our game and not our game. That is disappointing, but you know, that's up to the people, right? I mean, we try to promote our streamers that promote us. It's obviously a win-win, right? But if people don't promote us, then of course wouldn't be fair to promote back. But yeah, this is not really the channel for discussing specific streamers and what is going on there. There's always a lot of player drama and stuff going on, and you know, some of it is part of the game, some of it is not, and obviously we can only control in our pools in our game to that line where it's, you know, allowed and what's not allowed within our community and our game. But yeah, these chats should be more focused on Mortal 9 and questions, discussions around that. And that's it. Don't give Vila any more speed, please. We don't plan to add or change those gifts. We're quite happy with them. They are powerful. They are, you know, at first people said they were way too small speed difference, but no, we know that speed is king. So even a small boost makes a difference, especially over time. We're very happy with generally the clade balance, and we see that people are enjoying all the clades very evenly. So that is awesome. So we are in general pretty much done with the gifts. The things missing are, like I said, the stat pool for a few clades. They're gonna get a little bit more stat pool. And we have the veteran system that we want to add sometime after Epic Game release that obviously affects all characters equally. Yeah. Why is the Belbus under 3 lines? I'm not sure. I need to check with the lore people. I'm not sure. Looks like a fairy cat. I'm not sure. We need to verify with lore here. I mean, a good old Belbus from Mortal 1 in the upgraded vision. But it should be the same Zulugi as it was in the first game. If it's not, then yeah, something may be wrong. Sorry, 4.2k hours in, lol. I just woke up. Anyway, still love the game. Hey, that's a good amount. I was responding to someone. I know you guys are careful about melee balance. What can you tell us about a veteran system? Wolf Achilles, are you the one old player from Mortal 1 that is Austria or German? Am I remember it correct or not? I'm just curious. Because I remember, or am I thinking about another Achilles? I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, so the veteran system, you will be able to obtain a certain type of veteran experience to your character in certain actions. And using that, you will be able to unlock masteries in a new way. And then you can teach other players and you will gain additional experience. And this experience you can distribute on either of the 2 skill trees, actions or professions. They will cost a little bit different depending on where you distribute them. So that is a new way to expand your character further, pretty much. That's, in short, the veteran system. We call the police if I come and leave flowers at your doorstep. Gun of the cursed. It sounds a little scary if you come to my doorstep. I mean, you can always post to the office, right? But I try to separate my home from business. Even though I work a lot from home. Has to wait 60 seconds to respawn. Ah, okay, so it's in 60 seconds slow mode. I see, I see. I'm Achilles. Achilles. We had one old, very good PvPer from USA called Achilles something, I think. And then we have one from Austria, Germany that I thought was this Wolf Achilles, but I maybe remember it wrong. A very old player from the first game. Just wanted to see that smile. Alright, alright. Henrik, with veteran system have an option for attribute points. So there's a few goodies that I don't want to, we want to spoil this early on there, because again, we haven't fully ironed out the details of the design just in general. So I try to be careful about going too detailed without having it fully confirmed, you know, from game design to applying it to the game. But in general, what we have in mind at least is that a kind of tree progression as well, where some tiers give some additional different types of bonuses to your clade, your character. And then there is this, like I said, a pool that you accumulate depending on the experience over time that allows you to spend a little bit more over time skills into the total skill pool for either actions or professions. So there's a long progression that will give you a little bit more in various small bonuses. Not a big game changer, but a lot of players enjoy having a long-term character progression, even though it's not a game changer, you know. But a small, so we have a few things that are huge progression, and they just benefit slightly to your character. And then some of the basic step first, we give everyone a little bit more juice to play around with on your character. Does it make sense what I'm trying to explain here? Not me, I'm American and joined MO1 in like 2016. Okay. Yeah, I recognize you, Nick. I guess it's still your name I recognize from Molten 1, I think. I assume you were also a little bit active on the forums or IRC back then. I don't remember what we were running. But yeah, I recognize your name. I thought you were from the first game also. Achilles of Myrmidon in Model 1. He was there during Block B beta with me. Yeah, Lohoda. I think that's one of the guy I was thinking of. Achilles from Myrmidon. That's right. There was a lot of good PvPers in Myrmidon, if I recall it correctly. Didn't he peak up a little bit in Model 2 during the beta? A lot of old timers came back just to say hello and take a look on Model 2, and they were all very amazed of the progression. How it feels more like a AAA compared to Model 1 in the first experience that also new players experience. But yeah, I mean, all those people from the old beta is obviously much older. So maybe they are in a completed time period of their life with family and whatever. So yeah, it's interesting though to see how many that is still around from the old beta blocks in Model 1. I mean, it's like what, 15 years. It's quite the time. Can we get the timer to get back on a horse after getting knocked off? Yeah, it's on the list. We want to add a debuff timer. So if you get dismounted, you shouldn't be able to mount directly again until we get the knockdown animation system. We haven't yet decided the final details when it comes to I mean, Yeah, so the Diva and Vet system were also, when we were talking about that design back in the days, were also supposed to be account bound to benefit all your characters in a certain way. So those are the things obviously we need to go through. The Diva and the Veteran system to see what makes sense. If someone want to reroll, there are some things that could benefit from still obtaining or having that. But like I said, we need to sit down and spend some time on iron out that and see what's the right thing to do this time around. Ashron's Call, that good old game. I never got into Ashron's Call. I was obviously completely busy with Ultima Line for 11 years straight. But obviously it's one of those games that I also heard a lot of good of and a lot of other players were committing to. But I was stuck in Ultima Line and then straight to Star Wars Galaxies, Anakin Online, PlanetSide, and Eve Online. Those I invested quite a bit to get the full scope. A little bit Shadowbane, a little bit Camelot. What the hell is it called? Camelot? No, the Camelot game. The old MMO. What the hell is it called? Yeah, anyway. Fiddle around with those a little bit as well. So I'm stuck with a full Fulcrite. I mean, you will get a huge bonus as a Fulcrite when we have done the stat pool change. Ariz or Boris. So Crites and Colors are getting an additional bonus on stat pool, the total stat pool. So you're getting a little boost along with that one. But yeah, the only options, if you don't want to play Corrite at all, then obviously a reroll is the only way for now. And maybe later we may have a ritual process where you can rearrange those in a certain way. Are there any changes planned for the in-game journal until the Epic Game release? We at TV. How do you mean? What kind of changes do you mean? We don't have any. There is one addition they're gonna add to it with the task system, but other than that, I don't think we have anything planned at that point. Play Modern 1, then playing this version now must be a nice experience to see your favorite game grows and getting better. Yeah, for sure. It was really pleasant to see a lot of long-term old-timers coming from Modern 1 to Modern 2, and they were super hyped and said, holy shit, it really feels like a big step up in refinements to make it more modernized and you know, better overall for the majority of players to be able to enjoy it as well. Not only the niche, hardcore old group that got used to Modern 1 and, you know, mastered that. Now also new players can enjoy Modern Line in this new version. But yeah, we have a few more features before we are, you know, covering a lot of those features pretty much. At 61, 1 month and 14 days. Am I the oldest player in Modern 2 right now? You are maybe one of the oldest. I know a few others that are in the same age playing it. So you're not alone, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, overall we do have a higher age average for sure, especially compared to other MMOs, and that's nice. But we also have some young ones, and it's interesting to see the young ones are heavily dedicated or more dedicated on PvP, Twitch-based skills, and the older ones we've noticed are, you know, more world trade, interaction, exploration, crafting, evolved. Interesting to see that also. No diva, please. No diva. Why can my character do more damage with a sword at 0 skill than any other weapon at 100? I'm not sure. I have to check that with test group. I just started playing UOO, but it just makes me want to go get bullied in the Vada graveyards. UOO? And did you join guilds in UOO? First I started my own Swedish guild because there were no European, there were only American servers initially. So I gathered all the Swedish players I could find, and they were rare because back then when it was such a new game, most players didn't know about a MMO game or Ultima Online for that matter. Most players were playing Diablo and got used to that. And obviously UO was like a Diablo thing on steroids multiplied with 10, you know. It was such a magical feeling when I read up about Ultima Online, became tester and got the map and had plans. This is where we're gonna build our house and keep. Such a magical first time. So I started a Swedish guild and collected the Swedish players I could find, and there were not many back then. Slowly over time, more and more found the game, and I did my part to get in a lot of players. And then eventually a European server started, which obviously had more Swedish people and European players. And then I joined one of the top tier PvP guilds on a Europe server, what we called Shadows of Clowns, SOC, and badass top tier, the best PvPers in the world in that guild. And I barely fit the yeah, Dark Age of Camelot. Shit, I'm way behind, or yeah, delayed. So yeah, I barely, what's it called, the word I'm looking for, met the requirements. It was fun because I was a master looter. So when we were grinding in dungeons, I had a good connection and I looted very quickly. I had very good Twitch skills on my mouse because I was a Quake championship at that time. So I had this Swedish guy that was playing in my group, joined my guild, and I always had to give him half of the loot because he was way too slow. And then a few years passed and he disappeared, and then I met him again on Europe, and he was one of the top tier players in Shadows of Clowns. And he paid me back. He gave me like a shit ton because, you know, he remembered those olden days. And then it was, everything was turned around. He had to train me to become a champion in PvP in UO as well because he was the master then. So yeah, it was fun and golden time. I also played a lot with my brother back then in Ultima Online. Shadowbane was okay, and I know you played at UO, yeah. Yeah, we need some additional work on sound design. There's some issues like when 100 people are hitting the troll, you hear not very pleasant, right? Obviously we need to fix that. I also know that they've done some major work on the sound engine in Unreal 5, so we're gonna see so we don't do unnecessary work on some of the things. But yeah, some updates and additions is needed for sure. Much love from vets of the game. Please, if you make a systematic change to clades, allow us one free reroll. Yeah, and we're very careful about that. We don't really want to do big change anymore. We did that heavily throughout the Clade and Combat Beta. That was the main focus then. So I think we're very happy with the core baseline now. Now it's just additions pretty much over time. So the game was fun as fuck, though I had issues. Yeah. I pre-ordered Model 1 and was so hyped to play it. Felt not very good for our ping. I'm glad MO2 has better than the code. Yeah, for sure. It's a day and night of difference, and especially those that are, from Australia and such. It was a whole different experience in Model 1. It was not really possible. Like I said, you can add. We had around 800 milliseconds as a baseline, and then add on top of that server delay in between each different components, and then add a distance delay to your location. It was over a second, crazy stuff, But yeah, all that is removed in Model 2. You don't have any of that added on top of the latency, only the distance, and that is a hyper difference. Hyper. That's why Australian players can actually enjoy the game. Some changes in personal journal part, like changing size, fonts, editing structure, adding pictures, screenshots, etc. like this. That is good quality of life or options that I guess much of that could fit. We don't have anything of that specifically planned currently, but like a lot of great feedback and suggestions, quality of life and options. We try to put them on a document to see which of these may bring best value first, and then we keep adding that when we can. So yeah, some of that makes sense for sure. You can say without a doubt the improvements since February 2022 have been great and constantly improving. Wire Zippo, I'm very happy to hear that. It's been very, very hard work, many hours every week for everyone in the team, so appreciate it. Will there be an anniversary event for the 1 year anniversary? Time goes so fast that holy shit, it's a 1 year already that there's often so little time to plan for something like that we didn't really consider, right? It makes sense that we should and would and we would like to, but again, there's always this challenge when you're a small team like we are, that obviously World of Warcraft, for instance, having 500-600 developers, they can always have everything carefully structured and place it within the different teams and cover everything in good time. That is always a challenge for us, right? We would love to do a lot of stuff like that, and of course we'll try to do the small things we can do. But events and game stuff that requires planning and patches is always sensitive, especially since we're getting very close to 3 very big, important and sensitive patches, such as the Elementalism patch next now, and obviously TC, self-explanatory, and then the Epic Games is a very big one as well. And yeah, we're getting close to the 1 year anniversary, so we will see what can be done, perhaps. French Bulldog statue when? Yeah, that would be nice. A French Bulldog is obviously not a breed that naturally exists, right? But they're cute as hell, and funny as hell, so it would be nice to have something similar, maybe, eventually. The older gents love their PvP too. We just are all content players that know all aspects of the game is the vehicle to getting into good PvP. Others just want to jump into PvP like it's a ballerina and wants the game to just funnel people to them constantly as if it's not an MMO. Yeah, it's there are players that see the game maybe a little bit too much as a Quake Arena game, and therefore also ask to shrink the world and give instant world transportation to just do exactly that. And again, we see their point, but it's also, even though it's a big part of the game to have PvP and conflicts, it's not meant to be that way, right? Most of us all in here knows that that's not the core design behind PvP, right? It's a beautiful thing when there's this organic war conflicts groups. All of this happens naturally in the different ways in the game world. That is beautiful and exciting. And of course, there will be more promoted areas, like I said, meteor drops. Perfect. You know, obviously that is a killer for these type of players. They will love to go there because they know there's going to be a lot of actions. And then the constant, never-ending fights to take these relics from each other's. That's a beautiful thing for all those players. They're going to love it. And it's also going to put a little bit more, less focus on harassing noobs, right? So it's good things that we get those also. Have you noticed how many Mortal 2 streamers have the Henrik beard? Why Sipa? I've seen a few. Who Henrik best PvPer in the world confirmed? In what world? Ultima Online or Mortal Online? I've never been the best. Never been the best, but I had my peaks, been decent in both UO and Mortal Online. Obviously not practicing and adapting to the new tactics in Mortal Online puts you quickly behind, right? But I always love a good fight, and I especially love a nice group fight. That puts things to a whole new level, right? It was so much fun during the Combat Beta when we have regularly group fights. It was so much fun. I loved it. I loved it. That's also when I knew this is going to be so much fun over the years when we have those real conflicts, war that never going to end. Is there any plan to start detecting abnormal network traffic, sanity checking, client data, etc.? Yes, we have a lot of that already, and like I said, that is nothing that just we don't just stop that entirely and that's it. It's never gonna finish and be done with. It's just like, you know the drill, right? There will always be new cheaters and crap, cheats, whatever that is being tried, and we will have to keep handle that, address that, and add additional things to the game. And what's important is obviously, like we said before, to have proper tools to be able to deal with it, so we undo the damage that may have been done during that period of time. We are catching quite a lot of players, every week, and we are banning them. It doesn't stop. We keep doing it, and it keeps happening, and we need to keep doing that. And we keep trying to make the tools more and more efficient as well, so it's a less strain on the staff teams to be able to handle with it, and put out more and more things on automatic system as well. So it's a never-ending story, sadly, and necessary. What was your Quake nick and clan? So I had an old name. I think it's a little bit secret. I use it in Mortal 9 as well. And I have played with that character on the cover, but I think it started to leak. More and more people got aware it was me on that one, so it's the same name there. Yeah. I was competing a few tournaments, events that were hosted in Stockholm, where they were making the Nordic Championships, and I was playing with Doomer, one of the old good Quake players back then, and there were some new younger talents arising. So both me and Doomer were killed off on the tournaments, but got quite far back in the days. It was fun times. Played a lot of Quake, got hooked into that Twitch guild when I was really young. Is the company instead interested in music producers making more soundtracks of the game? We have looked into that a little bit. So the tricky part is that we have a very unique soundtrack, as you noticed. We're very happy with that. We spent a lot of time making that unique for Mortal Online, and also soundtrack for each region, you know. And we tried a few others that doesn't really give the same depth and magical feel that tells it sounds like Mortal Online, you know. So we haven't been too happy to find someone, and there haven't been the opportunity to use the old music producer that we used in the first game. I think he's busy in Valheim. He's doing the soundtrack for Valheim. So that's why, you know, people like the soundtrack in Valheim as well, and they recognize it a little bit from Mortal Online. It has a little bit similar structure, I would say. So we put it on hold a little bit until we kind of see what kind of option we may have. But yeah, I would love to expand soundtrack of Mortal Online. Yeah, the location birds is a little bit strange, rather than positioning sounds. There's a few of those sound effects that needs a little updates. And of course, that's one of the things, sadly, that not having a whole full sound team like any other big company, obviously you will tell that may be lacking a little bit in a few areas. So for sure we want to update it and improve it a little bit. Have you guys heard the Outcast music? Not sure if he's still playing World 2, but he has some bangers. I'm not sure. I recognize the Nick, the Outcasts. I'm quite sure I've seen him, but I'm not sure about the music. Henrik, bye Henrik. Bye King Masters. Anniversary 3 days queue. Yeah. Just did 2x Clade XP for a week starting on January 25th. I mean, people love character progression. Whenever the Clade is done, quite a lot of people think, now what? I want to keep progressing. I mean, that is also the natural thing in theme park games with levels, right? They keep pushing from level 60, 80, 90, you know, they keep adding that in the expansion. Players feel a great satisfaction of keep pushing their progression on a character, and that's, you know, understandable. Most games have that kind of some type of progression like that makes it feel great, you know, progression, improvements. So obviously making that easier and faster, I don't know if that's the best approach, you know. But like I said, this is also where the veteran system comes into play. We want to push that to insanity. Those players that are hooked into progression, gonna be happy with that. Like I said, it won't be progression into sanity to make you, you know, dominate the battlefield because you played 5 years. That's not the type of reward. But you see what I mean, right? The weather effects are amazing. Fucking rain makes a huge difference for visibility and adds variation to combat. You ever think of adding rare extreme weather events like sandstorm, hurricanes, blizzard? Yeah. There are room to add even more crazy stuff like that, for sure. First of all, we want to find a good baseline where the weather is in a good state in terms of it's not too annoying, always heavy rain or heavy fog, or we want to find a good variation of roll and Milan, and then we can also fine-tune those things and also add variation for those crazy epic weather states that are not very common. Ever consider make a sticker and toggle? Yeah, it's just that I talked to Sebastian about that one. I see great use of having that as a toggle. But it's not a quick, easy thing. We need to add more support to make those toggle. So that's the reason we don't have it right now. But later is absolutely possible. I think what's the largest battle this game has seen so far, player count wise? I think we've been around 500-ish in that range. Around that. Latest battle I've seen when we made a network optimization, we hit around 400 and it worked perfectly. It didn't work perfectly before that network optimization. You will see a little bit warping, a little bit odd behavior on the network in that area when we push those quite high numbers. But now we are surpassing 500 easily without any sweat on the server when it comes to that pure combat experience, and that is awesome as hell. We're very excited about that. So that means we are very ready for a large-scale TC battle with hundreds of players without network determining the outcome. There will be a FPS struggle still, most likely, because we have more areas we need to optimize on the characters and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's, you know, unavoidable. Obviously, 500-600 players on the screen will take a cut on anyone's FPS, no matter what. But there's room for us to improve it further. We know that. We just need time. We should focus more on making the combat less clunky, to be honest. Totor, it's an interesting thing. So, yeah, there's a few things we know we want to tweak and change that may help making it feel a bit more fluid and smooth. But there's also this part where it needs to work with the latency prediction system, ping normalization, and that also puts some of the rules when it comes to how fast things can be swung at and stuff like that. And a new player quite often experience the game, it looks a little bit slow and it doesn't look super nice and tight. But as soon as they played it for a while and kind of learned the basics of how you fight properly, they enjoy it and feel, now it feels really smooth and solid. You're in great control, you know what you're doing, you have great skills. So there's a learning curve when that first experience quite heavily change. And obviously that is such a challenge for us, because obviously we want to make sure that any new player that see it or hesitate to try the first swings shouldn't have a negative experience feeling, it feels too slow and clunky. So obviously that is a challenge, right? So we've done what we can to speed it up. We haven't sped it up quite greatly. We also gave a faster noob sword to reduce that negativity field, the slowness field. We're also experimenting. So in the combat beta early before, we were actually playing around with a more fluid stacking swing system, which meant I could do a left swing and then instantly start my right swing, not having to wait until it was the first swing were fully finished. Because if I did it 1 millisecond too early, it didn't respond or react, trigger that action. So I had to redo it again or learn to sync it perfectly. So it felt like if I did it 1 millisecond too fast, nothing happened. And if I did it a bit too late, then yeah, it happened, but it felt like, a little clunky. But back then, the combat-focused people thought, it gives a little bit more player skills, so let's keep it like that. But today, it seems like more and more players are asking for the fluid stacking combat instead. And I remember when I tried it, I felt, holy shit, this feels so smooth and fluid. I like it. But again, I obviously don't do all these mechanics for me personally. I want the player base, the customer, the majority to also be able to enjoy it. Obviously, if I'm in minority in enjoying something and everyone else hates it and wants something else, obviously I'm very open to that, right? So, but we said that we want to experiment again with the fluid stacking combat, because I think now also when the meta of combat have changed a little bit, the focus of disguising and parry counter, and even more so with the ability we're adding for every weapon group. I think the focus should be more on the fun tactical components rather than always spin and hide your attacks, because that's the only variable option when you're doing one-on-one. Having more tactical options with special moves, perform those correctly, and have a fluid combat, I think could be better in the long run. And it seems like more and more players is asking for this. Smart Line 2 subscription based. No, but we do plan to start subscription when we release on Epic Games, because that's when we hit that big milestone. We're ready for the masses and start everything again, marketing wise and so on. You're doing a great job on Mortal, my favorite MMO. I'm happy to hear that, Tiki Camper. Oh, far away is Unreal 5. We have quite a bit still that we wanna, deliver before we are ready for that. Because we wanna utilize the juice in this, right? We don't just wanna be running on that engine and not utilizing anything of that next-gen visual components. Okay, I think I'm quite behind again here. I got stuck on a few questions here. The soundtrack. Yep, it's good. So I'm jumping down one last time here just to see if we have anything here on the end game. Holy shit, again, it's crazy. When I plan to do a short stream, it becomes additionally length. Optimize the game. Why are there so few FPS? You have texture of enormous weight, or make a function to remove the grass that cannot be collected. Yeah, like I said before, there are several areas we want to optimize in the world and on characters. It's just not a quick fix. It's a work in progress, and we have done a lot in that area since beta, and we still have some big things left we want to do. Yes, character progression I have wished for since my character was maxed out week 2. Yeah, you're not alone. The majority of the players feel a great experience in general when you can keep on expanding a little bit, progress a little bit, gain a little bit in various ways. It's a natural part of a MMORPG game also, right? So we have some more good stuff we want to add there. How is time-gated progression good for new players? What do you mean time-gated progression for new players? A Burnham series with the sub, thank you. And Sleeve 79 with the Prime. 15 months. That's crazy. Thank you very much. Just add turn caps. We plan to add a little bit of that, a little bit more than we have, because we have much wider than those games, Age of Chivalry and Mordhau. We are more generous than that, and actually our network benefit from not being more generous than their games. So we do plan to sharpen it, tighten it a little bit additionally, especially when we add those new tactical special moves. It makes sense. What is fluid stacking? So yeah, like I said, so you can make a left swing, and then before it's fully finished, you can start any other swings, and it will register that and add that, so it continues doing that action as soon as the first one have performed, and you can keep doing that. So when you swing 100% of the speed. You can't fail on that as long as you start performing it in a decent time window, not too early, but there's plenty of room to start another perform attack before the first one have finished. So instead of having this gap, I did it for too early, I need to redo it. It doesn't feel really good, right? But a lot of players meant that, but that's some player skills, you have to time it. But I don't think if it's necessary to have that as a player skill now when we're getting to those special tactics abilities. I think it's make more sense to have it very fluid, so it feels great even for new players. Feels like you're a freaking ninja when you can do these, perform these moves perfectly without any small hiccups. And obviously you still have to hold the charge a little bit while it performs that animation to stack up a little bit momentum power in those strikes. So there's still that type of skill behind it, that you can't just tap it, you know. A tap would do minimum damage compared to a little bit more power punch behind them. So yeah, does it make sense? Epic Fortnite users are not used to subscriptions. No, they may not, but they still spend a hell of a lot of money on all those skins and packs and whatever that may be. A lot of them spend more than a subscription a month, which is crazy. After paying $40 I have to start paying a sub soon. So when Epic Game release happens, when we go live on Epic Game Market, and when we start all marketing and activities again, we also have those long-term features such as TC, sieging and stuff like that. Better new player experience, the nation security system in place. That's when we hit that milestone that, you know, for us to keep on expanding and covering all the expenses, we need some kind of income, right? So that's also when we feel that it feels, you know, it's a proper time for us to start the subscription base. Now we are missing some things, and we have suffered with the login queue system, the network system. We had huge issues there, so it was, you know, not fully enjoyable to play it during the chaos during the release. So obviously it didn't feel right for us to have a subscription base running then, and we would just push away more players, right? So we paused the subscription during that whole time, and we would keep, you know, not running the subscription until we hit that big important milestone with the Epic Game release. And that's also hopefully when we get an influx of new players, more players, growing the population, and can handle that capacity much better and still remain in stability so everyone can enjoy it. So everyone will have included a free month. But after that, if you want to continue, play the game, a subscription, $14 regional based, will be required. And that is obviously for us to cover the expenses on the servers and all the developers, the staff, support, GMs. We need to pay those costs, right? And not only that, we keep expanding the game just as we have been doing since day one. Every month, or, you know, every now and then, we add huge new content, features, a lot of more content. So the game will just keep on growing. Every expansion is for free, so you don't have to buy new expansions like in all other MMOs. You just have to have an active subscription. You can pause it at any time and go back at any time, and we will save all your progression. So yeah, we need to cover those expenses, obviously. And like I said, online gonna be like a game, like 100 games over the years. We will offer more than anyone else. There will be no limitations, no pay to win, no crap, no locked contents. Equal, fair game for everyone. 100% player experience, and no, that's Mortal Online too. But veteran rewards as time gated progression. No, I mean, so the veteran reward is not something. It's not time gated. It's player progression. And it's not, we don't add things that are, you need this to be on a competitive level on a battlefield. All that, you can pretty much create a footy in a few days if you know what you're doing, and you can compete on a battlefield equal as anyone else. The veteran system is more of a long-term progression to show that you're a badass old player, you know what you're talking about. There may be some small bonuses, an additional skill pool to learn more skills, but it doesn't really directly affect how you perform on a battlefield, if you know what I mean. Have you played God of War? Yes, I haven't played the latest one. I have because there's a sequel or whatever expansion to God of War, the latest God of War. I have it on PlayStation. I haven't finished it, but I really loved it. It's really awesome, looks awesome, and cool fighting. I liked it. One of the few games I played in somewhat recent time era, but now it was almost a year ago. Can take a look on various melee attacks moves it has and the ways to perform them with just standard key binding. Yeah, there's so many components though that you need to consider in an MMO like this, how it should perform and how that will transfer over the network from the server to other clients. So it's always tricky. I mean, obviously you can always be inspired and say, well, this is cool. How can this be done in our game? And what would be the what we may have to sacrifice to make some of that work? Just like I said, there's so many implications that makes it quite advanced. For instance, if you move or not move in one ability move, there's so many complications when it comes to that. So every special attack needs to be carefully planned and worked and tested, so we, have proper use of them. But we have some really good ideas that I think, and we did some of it in Mortal 1. We had some, those backstab, triple strike, overhead strike. There was a few of those moves, so we learned a lot from it, and we're just going to refine it this time around and make it even better. I haven't played Dark and Darker myself. I just seen a lot of streams on it to see what it's all about. I heard a lot of positive player experience on that game, so it seems to be a fun, good royale game, right? With some cool components, obviously melee fighter as well as a baseline, and there's some options with potions and magic and stuff like that. So again, not a MMORPG, royale battle, a few players, network, replicated data, regional based. Everything gets much easier and more focused on allowing that accuracy level to be very tight, just like Mordhau Chivalry. You have the same kind of network, regional based, few players that works in the same way, right? So you have the same kind of accuracy when it comes to network traces and latency in all of those games. They have that in common, right? But yeah, we're always interested in looking in popular games that a lot of people enjoy, especially if they have some things in common with our game, like some of those fighting games has, and try to see what they do, what people enjoy and like, and if we can take something from them or be somewhat inspired from some of them, just like we have done with a lot of, obviously, Ultima Online and those games. But again, a lot of the time, you can't really transfer a lot just straight over, like people said, just make it just more like HShibu or like this in Mordhau. Again, apples and oranges. We have to build that very differently for it to perform how it does in Mortal Online. So it's a challenge. It's one of the big challenges. And we managed to get so close to Mordhau that people say, just make it like Mordhau. It's close enough, but make it more like Mordhau. And that's a difference. It's very hard to get that close to Mordhau in a large scale, thousands of players MMORPG solution across the world. So it's always something that we need to keep in mind, that there are technical limitations. Even if we gave it to Blizzard, they wouldn't be able to make it tighter, you know, because of the technical limitations. So it's also one of the challenge, like we're close enough, but it can never really be as perfect as Mordhau because of the nature of MMO, and that's also why you don't see any other MMO having that kind of real-time combat system. It's because it can't really be Blizzard level, you know what I mean? In that, you know, range and accuracy. So it's also a choice, obviously. We embrace it because when you learn and adapt to it, it's a one of a kind, right? And it's just awesome to be able to play in a large scale, because large scale battles, it's just, you know, then you don't get to those quirks when it comes to spins, hiding attacks, etc. It becomes more you fight as you see, you stop doing that spins, and it's just one of a kind. Amazing feeling and lovely. And that's what the game is all about, right? If we can get that and offer that to the majority of the players that enjoy that, then I think we have something unique worth having, rather than dumbing it down, making it target based like every other MMO, or cone based, distance based, very dumbed down compared to what we have. So that's why we really want to, you know, have what we have, and hope that tech improves every few years to get tighter and tighter, and then maybe eventually Elon Musk will give us the super internet worldwide, so we can have the Mordhau accuracy in our large scale, and we'll be the first of the kind then, because we have the game tech for it, but the internet tech is not really there yet, right? You see what I mean here? Sub fees 1,000 times better than cash shop microtransaction. 100% agree, because we want to give the players the best freaking experience in the world. No bullshit, no crap, no luck, no shit, no pay to win. And the only way to do that, and for us to be able to pay our upkeeps and fees and run servers and all that, we obviously need some kind of money for that, right? And $14 a month isn't that much. You know, a beer, a sandwich, and you will get a month of one-of-a-kind experience. So we really hope the majority can see that we're trying to offer something unique, and hopefully it's worth it, right? If it is, then, you know, we can keep doing this. Yeah, I mean, there's not that many MMOs, I guess, that are running the subscription base, because it's so effective to trick the players into a free-to-play game and then slowly add that pay-to-win crap, luck, cool content, and now you're spending $25 a month instead, and the whales are spending thousands of dollars to always be top-tier competitive. It's crazy. It's good model, good business for the companies if they keep adding that, but it's horrible for the gaming experience. I wanna keep the golden sandbox breed alive. I love Ultima Online, those golden gems days. We can't let it die. We need this. We need to make it happen. We need to put this on a world map. We need a variation. Us gamers deserve more things than pay-to-win crap and theme park clones. Am I right or am I wrong? That's what the players will tell us, right? Blizzard is dead. Long live Blizzard. What? When there is like 1% sandbox, true sandbox games, and then there's 99% theme park games, what kind of option is that for us sandbox lovers? It's super bad. Since Ultima Online came, I have every day been excited. Ooh, a new MMO on the horizon, and gone through all of them and just been so disappointing. And even to the modern day, I'm just giving up. Ah, new MMO sandbox. No, I know it's not gonna be one. And yeah, we're always right. It's not. I'm right. So happy and grateful to see the genre alive again in a new version like MO2. Yeah, obviously we get very happy to hear that we're not the only ones that want to push the sandbox genre forward in a true sandbox era. We strongly believe that there's a huge market for it, because again, we don't need 12 million players trying to compete and beat WoW from the thrones that every other single major company tries to do, hence also trying to improve a WoW clone. We only need, a few thousand to get going, and if we can stick to the plans and just grow and getting more resources, we will be able to push the game even further. And obviously, being a small indie company, we don't have those insane costs like those giants have, so we also have less turnaround. To be profitable, we don't need those insane numbers, which also is exciting, obviously. So but yeah, it was so exciting to see hundreds of thousands being so hyped up from online during the stress test. So we were so overwhelmingly, I was a little bit in shock. I thought, what's going on? Why is not everyone angry and hating? Why are so many excited about online that never seen or heard about it? It was a very pleasant surprise. So obviously that showed us that, and a lot of them, some of them came from World of Warcraft, a lot of them came from games like Mordhau, Valheim, Rust. So they kind of knew also what were they getting into, the hardcoreness of some of it. So it was a very pleasant, refreshing experience to see, if we do this right, put it on the map, we can have, there are millions of players that potentially can enjoy and like Mortal Online. And that is a very exciting future. Trust you 100%, Turner. Keep going. This is the best game ever, and the potential is unlimited. I will pay the subscription right now if it will help. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, like I said, it's going to be very exciting. It's a very exciting, important year for Mortal Online, obviously, to really try to reach that big milestone and get going, 10 continents and 100,000 players is what we need. I mean, 100,000 players, there are, if you just look at, Samok's interest, MMO players from Rust, Mordhau, already there we have millions of players that if they try Mortal Online, get into it, there's a very high chance that a lot of those will be enjoying Mortal Online, right? Obviously, marketing becomes a big factor here. Mortal Online is still kind of in the shadows. It's not, every day people find it. What the hell is this? Never heard about it. And obviously, being a small company, being able to spend a few $1 million on marketing will make that difference, right? So that's why it's so important for us to make the Epic Games release solid, make the game speaks for itself, and re-invite all those influencers, YouTubers, and all of you guys to play the game, make awareness, and hopefully we will start growing very efficiently with that milestone. And yeah, those numbers can quickly be reached if we do things correctly and keep pushing it forward. And it's very exciting to have that chance and opportunity. I mean, out of those 150,000 players, obviously there were those players that, I thought it was like more World of Warcraft. I want to do the quest base. I want to play on the PvE server only. There will always be some of those players, right? And this game is simply not for all of those players. That's natural. There's always a drop-off. People rush into getting a game and maybe sometimes not researching what the game is all about. Jump conclusion. There's even those that buy the game and never log into the game. There's all kind of players, right? So there's always a drop-off. But then, and also those that simply think, this is too hardcore and drop the game. But then obviously, we want to make sure that we do whatever we can to introduce them to the game in a safe way, in a good environment, introduce them to the game. So we have a very good chance to have that. And also have powerful tools to introduce them to other guilds and you guys. So you can pull them in your guild, recruits. And that is a very effective way to get players more hooked into the game and get them to learn the basics, So that is something we're pushing for Epic Game release as well. So we're going to re-invite all of those players, obviously. And a lot of them are already waiting for some content like the TC patch, Unreal 5. So hopefully, majority of those that thought it had potential but paused for various reasons. Hopefully most of those players will give it a new shot when they see, holy shit, now, you know, Mortal Online is picking up again. People are streaming it, it's on the radar, people talking about it, let's give it another shot. And hopefully a lot of those American players that thought, holy shit, we can't play it from America because we had 37 seconds delay on the servers because our server were dying on the release. They will see, holy shit, I can see players running around and swinging the weapons. What the hell, I couldn't see that when I played it. So maybe now it's more enjoyable, right? That makes sense. So yeah, hopefully a lot of those will come back, give it a new shot, and be pleasant surprised with the progression and experience. And of course, we want to tap into every single new player out there that never heard about the game over time, you know. And if the game can speak for itself and you guys enjoy it, then obviously you may tell others, you know, this is a cool game, it's worth trying, bringing in friends, and it spreads slowly. Hopefully that will be a strong component that we all can push together when we are ready to do so. That's our goal, at least. On a note of subscription, are we going to be able to have multiple characters? Not initially, and like we said many times, we have designed the whole game in base with one character with additional depth and the veteran system on top of that after Epic Game release. I mean, there's quite frequent requests for it. We know that there may be those that want to try another build without having a reroll. And that's where the Diva system comes into place. The idea behind it is to make that possible, like with siblings, tied connections in a certain way. Like I said, we need more time to go through that because we completely changed the skill system to support one character much wider than we had in the first game. One character in Mortal Online 2 is like 3 characters in Mortal Online 1, for instance. Yeah, we will see. I'm back in the game. Good job, Henrik. Niglo TV. Nice to hear. Nice to hear that. I mean, this is also that type of game, right? That, you know, every now and then you take breaks from the game and then you will see, holy shit, now there's an interesting patch. I'm getting back to the game very much like I did in many other MMOs. When it has a good, deep value and you're committed, it's a game that can offer a lot of cool things over the horizon that, you know, you can keep coming back to. And we saw that a lot also in the first game, even though the whole scale was much smaller. Like, once you get that adrenaline rush and uniqueness experience, the gaming experience falls a little bit flat when you play other MMOs. And that's the beauty of this type of sandbox game, similar to Ultima Online. So we do spoil a few players that says, shit, I can't enjoy other MMOs anymore. Just like for me personally, it's the same thing. I can't enjoy most other MMOs because they don't give that depth of excitement and commitments in the same way. So I can't enjoy them. Ultima Online did that to me for all other games. And now Mortal Online is kind of, you know, filling that kind of same category. So it's one of those games that you will see people, you know, taking breaks, coming back, taking breaks, coming back. It's also a natural thing for this game. Often will we see different mobs or new spells. Currently it's minimal on what you can fight. It's the same thing everywhere. Yeah, so we are obviously working on those big main features that also are long-term goals for a lot of the player base, such as TC and so on. And we want to get that magic. We notice more and more over time that all new players ask, can you not make the spells projectile based instead? And we always had to explain, you have to wait for elementalism for that. And they, what do you mean? Just change the spells in ecumenical. No, not really. Every school is different. It's meant to be like that. And ecumenical, no, elementalism is what you're asking for. Ah, okay. Now we're getting that. So we're trying to fill the whole baseline as good as possible, so a lot of players can enjoy all the categories from melee to magic to, you know, building their kingdom, long-term goals, sieging conflicts that can last for years. It's a very good baseline, right? But yeah, obviously we want to keep on expanding on creatures, gear, weapon types, weapon groups, armors, clothing, and more TC, more buildings and services, more siege machineries, and more magic schools, more dungeons and bosses, and other RP features as well. So that is why we want to engage with the community. After this roadmap, we want to present to you a few different areas, and you will be able to vote. We would like to see this first, before that, or that at least. And that would tell us, obviously, okay, let's pick this order of things because that's what you want. So you will have a direct impact as well on what should we focus on the near horizon in upcoming roadmaps. More everything, indeed, more everything. And that is what we're getting, right? We're getting slowly more of everything. Yeah, fletching is intended to add, to make arrows. It's one of those features on that quite long list. Can make it so we can pay our housing upkeep for routes, so we can take a break. How long is the timer now without any NPCs? Is it 1 month or was it more? I even forgot about that. But comparing it to what, 1 week in UO, that was stressful. In 10 years, I had a house, a stronghold, that I had to log in every 1 day a week. So when I was on vacation, I had to call my mom, prepare the computer with the notes. Be careful now, open, close the door, and make sure there's no one around, because if you let in the enemies, they're gonna kill you and loot stuff. And she was so nervous. Holy shit. Am I doing it correctly, Henrik? Yeah. Just refresh the door and then go back in the middle of the house and log out. A little bit stressful, only having, 1 week to refresh your house. So obviously we wanted to make that. In 10 years I had that. So obviously we added at least 1 month, which should be quite reasonable. It's 60 days even, so it's 2 months even. So you see, I'm coming 10 years from refreshing every week to 2 months. You see the hardcore progression over those 20 years that have passed. We're quite generous with 60 days. When we have new roadmap be posted for 2023. I'm not sure yet. So obviously we are fully focused on this one. When we're fully done, happy with that, everything on control, we will go through a few things internally, and then we will try to present a few things in the community that you can help vote up, and then we will refine that, and then somewhere there we may be able to put up a roadmap. I'm not sure of the time frame exactly. Go hardcore, make it 12 hours. Yeah. I mean, 1 week was quite hardcore, and holy shit, how did I manage that for 10 years? It's crazy. There was all these salvages when people say, oh my god, there's one these keep decaying tomorrow, and everyone went there. It was like mad hyenas looting the crap out of it when it decayed. It was quite fun and interesting, but quite stressful for the owners that commit so many years into something to then forgot, holy shit, I lost it all. So yeah, 1 week, and I thought 2 months is very generous. Sharing account is frowned upon. Are we allowed to share M2 accounts? So the quick answer is not really. And why I say it that vaguely is because, I mean, if I were playing the game and I have a brother and we know each other and we are not cheaters and bullshitters, and or even that he's playing also next to me, we are in the same IP and connection and all that. That's fine as long as they don't break the rules, right? But if someone is cheating and he's using your account, that's when things get fucked, That happens, sadly, quite a lot. We get emails, oh my god, my account have been banned, I have done nothing. And we investigate a little bit, Oh yeah, by the way, a friend that I know a little bit borrowed my account to do something, but I don't know what. And yeah, and in that case, he logged into the account and cheated and got banned. And obviously, that is something we won't lift. We can't change that, right? It's you have a responsibility over your account. So if you lend your account to someone he cheats, that's game over, right? That account will be permanently locked. We won't lift it in that case. And that's why we said don't share accounts, because this shit happens sooner or later, sadly too frequently. And we can't sit around wasting time in those cases. So again, it's logic and makes sense. Just think about it. You know, I think it makes sense for 90% of all of us here, right? So if you wanna, I mean, people say, "Oh my God, you get banned for nothing. Oh shit and crap." They write shit on forums or Reddit. That's also bullshit. We all know it's a mad teenager or even younger that simply got caught and did something shitty and got banned. It's not like we just ban people for no reason. That's just simply not true. Sure, that can be cases and circumstances, and if they contact us, we usually clear it very quickly, and that's not too many cases of that. But you don't just accidentally get permanently banned for no reason. You know what you're doing, and we have seen a constant, clear, pattern that a lot of the serious players that respect Modline and game and want to play for many years, they're never in the shady lines. They never do shit, and they are always in a perfect line and play and enjoy the game. And then there are always, a small group that are always on the shady line, always trying to do crappy shit. And every now and then they try something and get caught and permanently banned. And then quite often there are those bad excuses about bullshit stories, wasting dev time to investigate and figure things out. And sometimes there have been false detection when we implemented some of these systems. So that's why we always say, contact our support, give the information, and staff will take a look. There's been cases where we have to address things. But it's common sense. Take responsibility over your accounts. Don't do shady things, or don't share the accounts if you really care about it. I mean, sure, if it's your brother, he's not a cheater. Sometimes the little brother have been cheating in many games, and I hate him. He's so shady. But I'm not. Then don't don't share your accounts to even that brother. But I mean, I would 100% be able to share this account with my brother, because I know my brother is never a cheater. He's just like me. We hate cheaters, most of everything. So that would be fine. It would have worked fine, because we would never risk of him doing something on my account. So we would never go there. But that's the thing. When you play with strangers, even though they're good friends over internet, we have seen cases. It's quite sad that, oh my God, I played with this friend for 2 years and he's so good for the game. He speaks so well about it and he would never cheat. Trust me, you're making a big mistake. Unban him. We take a look on it, and he done 6, 7 real attempts with 100% proof. Shitty things, breaking things, cheating. A no doubt case. He's a big cheater. No. He just told me he did nothing. Trust me, man. I know him for 2 years. I have to bring this sad news. Look, I know you're good friends, but he's fooling you. You are so full. He's a thief standing in your face saying, I did nothing, and he did everything, and he fooled you. That is terrible. It's scary. That happened a few times, and that's the thing. A lot of people that cheat never say they cheat. They always lie that, oh no, I never cheat, and they convince a lot of players that they would never cheat, even though they cheat. It's crazy. But there's a certain amount of players in the population that does this phenomena that they always try to cheat in games, and that's why all online games suffer from cheating. You always have to invest a lot of time in fighting cheaters in any online game, not only Mortal Online. So it's not unique at all for online games. So yeah, enough about that topic, I guess. We'll see if we have the opportunity to make a map that you can hang on a wall. I still have my map from Ultima Line, a good old sweet map. Henrik, what do you think about the community of the players now compared to the one in Modern 1? I heard the toxicity in Modern 1 was much higher. Maybe people grown up. That's for sure. It was a little bit more crazy in the first game. We even have some people got caught that made us as their personal enemies for life. That's crazy. They started as teenagers, and 2 of them that I know of are still having a personal vendetta against me and the game and project as of today. And they still constantly, every week, write crap whenever we do good things and people get happy and excited. They have to go there and write crap and make up stories and shit. They haven't even tried Multiline 2, which is even more crazy. That's borderline extreme insanity, and I can't understand it. How can you spend 15 years of your life hating, writing up lies and stories, spending so much negativity? That's dangerous. That's dangerous to a human to do that. So yeah, that was a whole new level. I think our community is a little bit more mature, a little bit nicer, and there's a lot of new players that are really refreshingly positive. And oh shit, I played this game for a few months now. I love it. You know, they see, you know, they appreciate the uniqueness and what they're getting and see a lot of potential. And of course, some of them also see some of the bugs and issues we still have that we're working on. We have all of that, right? But it's really refreshing to see a lot of new players can show up and find it and really enjoy it and have great feedback. And obviously, a lot of you guys that have been around from Modline 1, but also from the start of Modline 2, a lot of you guys are super nice and just awesome also to see that you're joining the family and you're normal. That is awesome. And having that support just feels amazing, obviously. And that support of audience have obviously grown since launch and since Modline 1. So it's really awesome to see that, yeah, there's a lot of you good guys out there and we are growing. And it's awesome to get to know you guys and see you being here every now and then. It's an awesome feeling. So yeah, I would say for sure, in general, it's a much nicer community. And yeah, a little bit more mature, I guess. Grown up a little bit also. Hi, I'm normal. You know what I mean, right? New player here. Hopman54. Awesome to hear. Are you enjoying the game so far, or you haven't got into the game yet? Fuck those guys, Henrik. Yeah, that's all we can do, right? Try to ignore that shit and just stay true to the goal and vision and continue the hard work. We will get there. It's just so fascinating. If you don't like a game, then if I don't like a game, I get the fuck out of there because I don't want to touch it. I don't want to play there. I don't want to be upset about it. That's how I do it. And I thought that's how 99% probably do it. No. There are surprisingly few more that want to be there and just hate on it and describe in detail why they hate it and why they should change the game to be a completely other type of game instead of finding another game. What the hell is going on? Internet. That's it. It shaped a new breed of audience. Mental health is a serious issue that is overlooked, Henrik, but probably just as many toxic people, but a lot more normal people that drowns out the toxicity a bit with being a good community. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing also. A small, loud, toxic group can make a lot of sound. And that's also one of the purpose. They want to make it feel like everyone thinks like this, so change it like that. And, you know, are very nasty against everyone that doesn't really agree. And that's a terrible trait. If someone doesn't agree, you shouldn't be rude and act like a fool. I mean, hear him out and see what is his view and approach. I'm always curious of wondering, why do you think like this, or why don't you like this, and try to see and learn from it. And in sometime there's a point, you know, there may be room for some wiggle room, and sometimes it's like, well, I see your point, but that's a completely different game. And there's other games that does like that. We don't try to do that type of game, we're trying to do it like this. And some people refuses that, which is a little bit nuts, but you know. But yeah, anyway, the point is that we don't have that many toxic, crazy people that are just spewing shit everywhere. It's a handful, same people all the time, and that's what's a little bit crazy, that they don't just move on to a game that they would prefer. And yeah, that's obviously sad and, you know, annoying for a lot of the people that enjoy it, that have to first argue against those, and then it never ends, and they just keep hearing this in the background. Yeah, it's annoying. And of course, people that enjoy the game and are busy playing the game, they don't sit there and fight these because it's energy draining. So no one is fighting them. So it just sounds like there's so many that are negative and they seem to all agree. But no, if you look at the facts, it's 5 people. They're deluded. They don't want to play a game like Mortal Online. They want something else. And people are fed up explaining to them. So they just leave it alone. And then they keep writing shit. And it's the same 5 people. It's a common thing. It happened the same thing in, you know, most games. They're always there, right? And I'm happy it's only a handful people of them, and not a few thousand like World of Warcraft has. They have a few thousand enemies also. And yeah, of course we can't, you know, tell our happy army to fight them because it's useless, right? Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. What's the dev's current focus to be working on or fixing? I mean, both. Obviously, we focus on the 3 last sprints now, right? To make sure those are solid and good delivered, and then we're also, you know, slowly going over the bugs in a certain order. Right now, for instance, we actually worked a bit on the buses, the bus issues. We have a few buses that are not working 100% correctly, which obviously is bad for bus fighting experience. So we have a hot fix that we're going to deploy very shortly that have some of those fixes and some tweaks on the direwolves and wolves pet points. And we're also putting together a master list of quality of life and bug fixing that we absolutely need to have in place before the Epic Game release as well. So yeah, community has changed a lot also since release. With each new influx of players, I think better and more interesting people are coming. Yeah, for sure. I mean, sure, there's always coming a new toxicator, but most of them do throw their shit and then they move on, right? And that's what most people would do. So it's nice to not see the handful of persistent haters continue growing. They're still there, but it doesn't add to that group. And yeah, every now and then new people show up, find their new home, and are really contributing and adding to this project and community, which is awesome to see. That's obviously the long-term goal, to have a healthy, nice, growing population. And by no means should we all agree with each other. I mean, it's healthy conflicts, good feedback in different ways is good, right? And all different guilds with their own in-game conflicts and wars and sieges. We all need that and want that, right? So that's fine, as long as we're playing within the rules, right? Oh man, not new. Been here since a few months after MO launch. I see. Okay. That's awesome. Why waste your time and energy on something you don't even do? Indeed. Henrik, are you really confident about Epic grants? There are some Korean MMOs due to be launched on Unreal 5 April, May. And correct me if I'm wrong, but only first MMO on UE5 will get the grant prize. We already got the grant from Epic Games Shilash. So we're happy with that. And that's secured. And that grant is being put into the development of Unreal 5. So we are on a path to be one of the first MMO released on Unreal 5. There's a few components. We could have released on Unreal 5 tomorrow, but not utilizing the next-gen components. And that doesn't really make sense, right? Because you wouldn't see a big difference. You would see a slight difference here and there, but it wouldn't be, you know, like Lumen's system, the new lighting system, that make it look very different than next-gen. Obviously, we want to utilize that as much as possible, and we're looking to add options. So because lumens are not cheap, and a lot of the new tech is in next-gen, which also means it rely a little bit on next-gen hardware. And we know that the majority doesn't have next-gen hardware, which means if we just forces everyone to use this next-gen tech and we're crippling the performance, then there may be many that can enjoy the game today in large-scale battles at a decent frame rate would be crippled and really not enjoy it anymore. That wouldn't be good, right? So we try to do a lot of hard work to optimize that and also add those as options. So if you have the hardware, next-gen hardware, you can enable those functions and make it look insane. But if you are on an old computer, we want you to be able to disable those eye-candy functions and still enjoy the game similar to you do today. Just having it a little bit better looking, but not having those next-gen visuals. Hope that makes sense. So that is what we're preparing to, and it takes time to convert a lot of the game world to be supporting that in a good way. But we may do an update where we, you know, make the transition to Unreal 5 without having all of those functions fully enabled, to make sure that the baseline of everything works still as intended as it does on Unreal 4. So it's a specific process step we are approaching on the last roadmap, the Epic Game release, to having those options ready for the Epic Games release is the plan. But yeah, I mean, if obviously I don't have the whole scope of every MMO in the world in Korea or so. If they already have a fully built MMO with Lumens enabled and everything, you know, fully working, and they're releasing very soon, that may be before us. But the thing is also, I mean, there's quite a few games and demos and prototypes that being worked on now with Lumens only in a very isolated small gimmick demo room or whatever that may be. I mean, I guess some of you have tried the Matrix demo, right? It's not really the full game because the tech is just recently available and working quite well, even though there's still room for a lot of improvement from Epic Games. It's so early that most giants don't feel confident or haven't had enough time, because the giants spend a lot of years on perfecting things before they release things, because they also have the fundings for that. So most Series B company have not had the timing to start a new perfect MMO exactly when Unreal 5 got public, and having the MMO solution already fully functioning for Unreal 4 and having that prepared for Unreal 5. It's a very unique circumstance situation, and we're going to make use of that. And I would say that we're probably a handful in the world that have that unique timing, that have a prepared network solution, can update to Unreal 5, and are in the right timing. You see what I'm getting at here. So if there's I guess a Korean MMO that have, depending on what MMO that is it a large scale, is it a small quick try to be the first to be hyping with Lumens and having some micro shop added to that, and then continue building a real game? I don't know at all. But you see, there's a big difference. Have they already built the network solution for many years in Unreal 4 and made the same preparation and transition to Unreal 5 now when it's first available in a stable rate? Then they're in the same position as us. Very unique, and it means they need to be, be in a unique situation with the team as well, to having the option to make the calls to make that transition quickly. So it's a very rare timing, I would say, that puts us very far in the beginning, I would say. And then, after a certain time, we would expect to see a lot of games coming out on Unreal 5, many starting their progression and making normal games, console games, using the next-gen hardware as well. So I don't know. I mean, that's why we say we have a good chance and are on the path still to be the first MMO using Unreal 5. But like I said, we are on that path and have the chance. You know, if something comes up tomorrow, I would be surprised, because we also know how far behind the tech is to be really commercial in some ways. So we also know that they can't make a grand large-scale MMO and release it now if they haven't done the work for many years, just like we have. And it's such a rare situation, because there's not that many that have a large-scale network solution for Unreal 4 and also supporting Unreal 5. It's quite rare, I would say. Hope it makes sense when I'm deluding around here. If we consider reducing the cost of subscription, the room at $15 is much higher than $12.99, which World of Warcraft offers. Have they reduced their subscription to $12.99? Last time I checked, when we did a little update on the subscription base, they were on $14.95, and we put us on $14.25, a little bit below World of Warcraft. And the same fee was on EVE Online and another game I looked at. So we were just below those games, but still having the same standard price. But if everyone have updated their price, then I guess, you know, we have to look at ours as well and see if that works with our... The thing is, we need to cover our expenses, right? We need to make the budget work, first of all. That's number one, so we can secure our development, and the goal is directly after that to expand and grow to be more successful, right? And the only way to do that is to sell a lot of copies of the game, and obviously have a good rate of subscription supporting that cost. So that's a determining factor. All right, I'm gonna jump down here again. I'm way behind. Sorry guys. Very excited for Lumens. I think we provide a big boost in performance. Lumens is actually quite expensive. It's not one of those features that are meant to boost FPS performance. It's actually a next-gen functions that rely quite a lot on the newer tech of the RTX cards, for instance. Ray tracing cards are more effective utilizing lumens calculations. And this is the reason why it's complicated for us. We don't just want to... If it was increasing the performance, we would have released Unreal 5 already. One of the main thing is the performance we're working on. And every developers in the world, we're on various forums and discussion with some developers, they are on the same struggle. Everyone want to utilize this new crazy new looking tech, but not at too big hits on the performance, right? Because we already know there's several areas in Mortal 9 where we need to optimize the game more. We don't want to add worse performance on top of that, just like that, and let it be. People will be a little bit upset to see half FPS gone, even though it looks better, right? So that is why we want to secure it. We want to make sure you have the options. So if you have the next-gen cards, you know, from the 30 generation to 40 generation cards, you'll be able to utilize lumens much more efficiently than the 20 and 10 series cards. And we don't want to cripple you if you have the older generations. Therefore, we want to add that as an options. So everyone can enjoy it. You see, that makes sense, right? So there's a lot of optimization that we are working on to make sure that lumens can be fully utilized and have still good performance, including even on newer generation of hardware, because our game is so freaking complex and large already, so it has a quite big baseline cost. We don't just want to add worse performance on top of that. So we're doing heavily optimization in various locations to have as much juice over as possible for lumens and stuff like that. Nanites is a little bit different. We can add insane models that have millions of polygons that we couldn't have done in our current engine. It will put your FPS to 5. But now we can have like our siege machines can be 1 million polygons rather than 100,000 polygons and still have the same performance. As long as you have a decent new card again. So we need to have the options to make sure that we are safe for all our current players. You got your 4090 ready for lumens, then you can enjoy some of that for sure. When is the expected jump to Epic Games? A surprise month or date been discussed? No, we don't have a public date yet. When we get closer and have the preparation in place, everything is in place, that's when we can make an announcement. But at this point, there's still a few big things we are working and struggling with that we want to have in a good position before we feel confident. We don't want to rush it. If we need another week or month for something very specific, it's important we do that. And we don't want to have to go out again and say, sorry, we need 2 more weeks or something like that. It's always negative and people get a little bit disappointed. And our 5 trolls will go on using that as well. So we're going to avoid that and make that statement when we are pretty much finished. It's Throne and Liberty. It's been in development since 2011. Okay, so have they also made their own network solution for Unreal 4, I guess, and are ready for 5? So they are in a kind of similar timing zone that we are. It's still extremely impressive because Lumus just got commercially okay, which often means for a big game, if we are talking about big games here, it needs a lot of hard work to convert that to work with lumens. And if they're releasing in April, yeah, that means they have killed it in a few months and releasing instantly after, which is very impressive, because we are doing in that extreme sprint, trying to really make that happen as well. And if they're on the exact same sprint and doing that now in that, because there's been a time frame where when it's been the first time you can actually utilize Lumus, right? So there haven't been much time for developers in the world to play around with it much. That's why I'm quite surprised for a large game that wants AAA World of Warcraft polish releasing their game utilizing Lumus already. That's very impressive. Like I said, I don't keep track on all those Korean MMOs that are most likely pay to win. They're not really that much on my radar. I mean, I see cool trailers and tech every now and then. They have some very impressive things in Asia as well. There's some really cool studios that do insane cool things, and many of them do their own tech and engines as well, right? But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Where can I find the background music of Tindrem of Mortal 1? I think we have a YouTube channel that plays them, and I thought we had a fan kit on a website that also shared the musics, but I could be wrong. We'll have to take a look. The subscription fee is based off how many months you buy at the time. If you get like 6 months or something, it's $12.99. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean, Playguard. And we do the same thing. We're gonna offer that as well. So if you go for the 6-month pack, you're also gonna get that discount. So if that translates to $14.99 for 1 month in WoW, we are still below World of Warcraft, because we also transfer that to 3 and 6 months. So yeah, that makes sense then why you show the $12.99, and we're gonna offer the same discounts with those packs. It's only $12.99 if you buy 5 months of us. Yeah, like I said. So that's sold then. So it is still $15 and we're gonna be just below it, including the packages discounts. About a year of Mortal sub. Yeah, maybe we will offer a year also. We will see what packs we can add as options. How is cash flow right now? I mean, every month it goes up and down, right? And we do these Steam sales that they suggest and run those, and those actually have quite a boost on sales as well. So we go very much up and down on a daily and weekly basis, and when we have these discounts periods, it does give a nice boost as well on sales. So we're not that stressed when it comes to cash flow. We have a decent buffer, especially since the chaos of the Steam release. So we're in a pretty safe, I would say, good position. We feel very confident to have more time than we need for our current roadmap to make that as good as possible. But we do need to have subscriptions running as well to be on the position we really want to be, because again, we want to slowly expand and grow to make the game even better. We don't want to stand still, right? A nice boost performance with how it loads, polys, and removes needs of LUD. Yeah, exactly. You don't need separate LUD states, so it also saves times in certain ways. When you build the models, you just build a high poly model, and that's it. You don't have to build low poly models, and you don't have to have those states as well. So there's some savings when it comes to that as well. And some of the maps, you have that detail in the geometry because you can have millions of polys. You don't have to have some of those special maps that add that kind of faked details. So you can also remove those textures in some cases, which also again saves texture memory, which is a big savings overall in games today. A big chunk of the memory and size on these games are huge, many texture maps, and being able to cut a few, scale down a few is a big save for the game. And obviously we try to identify those and utilize that as much as we can. And that's time consuming. It's part of the whole process to preparing the assets for Unreal 5 techs like lumens, nanites, and so on. Hello all. Henrik, long-time follower of the vision here. When are you going to fix wolves? J Poe, maybe tomorrow. We have a test, a patch on test. As soon as it's approved, we will deploy that as soon as we can, which will address the pet points on wolves and direwolves a little bit. Horse mastery. I have confirmed that the stable master, and so it is there. It is spawning, but maybe it's too rare. I don't know. I'm not 100% up to date to the exact numbers. We have again, you know, I'm expanding the team, and I'm trying to also offload my table because it's not sustainable for me to have 5 hats on my table. I'm only one person and I need to stay alive. And I need to give responsibility and expand the team so I can survive and continue trying to lead the game and the company forward and making the best out of the best. So there's a few things that I'm not as deep involved with, and therefore I simply don't know the exact values without, you know, communicating with the team. Avira TV wants to take a Giga Chad Henry out to Tindrum on a date. What? What? A Tindrum date, eh? Would be nice to have a in-game meeting soon again. I remember that in the stress test. I jumped in, just had a casual medulla meetings, and there were people in a circle around me, and we were having a blast talking about things for several hours. It was such a nice experience, and a lot of new players, and they were so hyped and said, holy shit, and like, this is gonna change the genre. When you're done, this is gonna be so exciting. So it was such a exciting moment to talk to so many random people. And like, what about network code? You pretty much customized Unreal 4 engine for network code. Will it be seamless transition to Unreal 5 of the same customized code to their default network solution in the engine? So you can look at at this. So there's two components to Mortal Online. The game engine rendering calculation, which is Unreal Engine 4 today. And there's a network solution, which is the back-end system that is connected to the game clients. So this is all running on the server. So it's like two different components. The server's game of Mortal Online and the client, the rendering for you. And this is Unreal Engine, right? It has only support for a normal multiplayer network, like 28 players, so whatever that may be. That's completely different. It doesn't support large-scale MMO whatsoever. So we built this. This is a network solution, which is completely separate, almost separate today. It's only built to support Unreal Engine, no other game engine. It will be a huge rebuild. But we picked Unreal Engine. I thought that back in the days, I analyzed Epic Games, and I thought Epic Games would probably be one of the world-leading developers and engine builder in the world, and they would probably take the lead and push that in the future. I guessed that 20 years ago, and I was right. I'm lucky. We picked the right card. There were many hesitant and thought, nah, we should go to CryEngine or other engine that are really cool and impressive engines. But I'm happy we stick with Unreal Engine 3, even though it didn't remotely support Unreal large-scale MMOs. But today, I think most agrees that Unreal 5 is the most impressive large-scale engine that support a lot of good different types of game development out there. And it's slowly progressing into supporting large-scale worlds as well. They have the foundation now that is gonna support large-scale games if they just continue converting some of the streaming system from beta to a more stable commercial state, and I'm sure they will over time. So we can't utilize everything yet. We were on the beginning of building that on our own. Then we noticed Epic Games is building the exact same system, so it's a waste for us to do it. So we stopped doing that. And now we're waiting for Epic Games to finalize and perfect those systems. And they will eventually. But yeah, like I said, we can't utilize everything yet because some things are in beta still. But we have some plans to make it, that we can at least have it, some of the things as they run today. We just need to improve them, and they're ready for being converted later on. That is why we also, it will take some time to see large-scale games and especially MMOs running on Unreal 5. Things need to mature, and the developers need to have a network solution. So no MMO game in the world can utilize Unreal Engine's network solution because it simply doesn't support large-scale MMOs currently. They need to build their own network solution. And that is why we are in such a quite unique situation, and also the time frame for it. That's why, I don't know if there's going to pop out some major grand scale MMO solutions, or they're going to be more like Guild Wars, you have hubs and they're not really a large scale world where you're running around simultaneously. I doubt it. I actually doubt it. But there may be, they have more large scale, small scale, multiple hubs, similar like Guild Wars and such. It's not really a MMO solution network wise, games like Guild Wars. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what some of those games are coming out in a more near time frame, and also using Unreal 5 and Lumens and all that. But yeah, like I said, I'm just speculating here. It's gonna be interesting though. There's gonna be some epic games over time now, utilizing some of this tech as it mature over time. What is that? Mercy by Wilds? Korean games are rip-off. I mean, there's some that looks insane, right? There's some really talented developers and awesome artists there, but yeah, their game is quite different and heavily focused on pay to win, as I've seen in the latest years, which is their strong approach. But yeah, we'll see. Would be cool if there would be possibility for solos and small guilds to participate in TC sieges as mercenaries on one of two sides. Sieges are cool as all the mass PvP, but only biggest guilds can participate without mercenary systems. So what happened in the first game is that a lot of guilds hired mercenaries. They hired guilds to either protect or fight, and I wouldn't be surprised if that also happens in Mortal 2. So yeah, for sure, small groups will for sure be able to siege and participate in these, and most likely be hired as well. Obviously, they may be doing so at a risk, because obviously the offenders may be hostile against that group whenever they're not part of that big group. You know, everything goes right. It's up to the players. They have to consider that carefully. Throne and Liberty doesn't have a release date other than 2023. It's gonna be Q4 or pushed back again. Yeah, it's extremely common today. We all know that all games, especially MMOs, gets delayed. There's almost no exceptions for the past 15 years for any MMO release. So yeah, if there's no accurate update or something being updated and it just says 2023, it may be 2024 even. But yeah, again, just speculation. I haven't really followed those games, but it's such a common thing, right? I mean, we all have delayed. We have been delaying many times in a few situations as well, because there's always room for such non-expected situation when one variable changes, or you know, stress changes, or player amounts changes, and then pop, all of a sudden a new challenge or new obstacle to solve, or you want to polish this and that, and then it connects to something else, so you want to fix that, and there's a chain reaction. It's so complex, and you know, in those big games there are also so many developers involved that makes obviously to tie that whole together with hundreds of developers is also a big challenge. You know, one thing may be a little bit easier when you're a small team, you can quickly talk to everyone, but there's obviously other challenges. Having, you know, less resources is an obvious one, right? But it doesn't mean that the giants with 500 developers have it much easier. They still have a huge challenge to put that all together in a secured way, and it's a challenge for everyone, including Amazon, right? We all saw New World, and they, you know, they have picked up what they dropped and seems to be moving forward again a little bit, which is nice to see. A good new influx of players since they made their last release. I haven't followed it as of late though, so I don't know the current status, but I saw a really good comeback, which is nice to see. But yeah, it's a challenge for everyone, no matter how large you are or small. Just a little bit different types of challenges, I would say. Do you have YouTube streaming? No, I don't think I can stream on YouTube. They have a rule on Twitch. I have to be here and have it exclusive here in a day before I can put it on YouTube. We should add a faction. Yeah, so we have the nations that will work a little bit like that. So we will see how we expand it. When Haven free-to-play is released, will the box price be removed? If so, would the player whom purchased a box price have any reward capes, veteran points for supporting the game early? I'm not sure if we want to fully remove the box purchase. It's also, again, there's also this, if we give the game for free and everyone can jump in, it also gives more room for shit, you know, more abuse and trying crap. We want to try to minimize that. Obviously a free to play will still happen there, but then it also happens in the isolated server, which is separate from Milan, which is a good safety step. And if they have to commit again money to actually go to the real world and affect the game in the real world, if they have to commit some investment, we are removing quite a few of those shitties that we don't want in the game, if you know what I mean. So I'm not sure yet. It's too early to speculate how that will evolve down the road. Either time has been flying by, or we had 2 dev streams in a week. No, every Wednesday, but it feels like I'm streaming every second day. I agree. time is flying. I'm like, holy shit, stream today. What the hell? I always have no time to prepare something that I would like because I'm working constantly, and then bam, holy shit, I need to get some food before stream. But yeah, I will prepare some of the things that I want to make some interesting streams for some of the upcoming. We have Elementalism and PC that I want to showcase something. Oh, it needs more thirst entries. Devs Thursars. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you see the power in the Thursars? What changes the existing housing stronghold systems or their plan with the release of TC? There's a lot of things that gives options here that we're gonna cover both in our documentation, so it's clear how the system works. And like I said, I plan to do a little showcase stream eventually, and we will most likely have some documentation along with that we were gonna publish, so it will be more clear of the details. So we will cover it more down the road when we get a little bit closer. Again, I can't really say exactly when Elementalism is ready to go live. We are finalizing, and we need to polish. We need to do a lot of testing sessions before we know more accurately. So we refrain from dates for any of these 3 big sprints on the roadmap. Streaming systems are coming along nicely in Unreal, specifically from Fortnite. I mean, it's obviously a good thing that they have a very good, a big game that is successful, that want to utilize these new components from Unreal Engine 5. Which obviously, when they have a feature that pushes something that we can share and use, then it's good when they have it in their live game running that shows that it's, you know, stable. But again, Fortnite is obviously very different from Mortal Online. It's still very limited on one big map rather than a big world like Mirland. And also they have a little bit different style, right? They don't really aim for the same high realism that we try to aim for. They have the more, I guess, cartoon style, right? That makes a little bit different approach. But yeah, there's a few things that are good that they promote in Fortnite that makes it more stable and pushed forward for the engine in general. But there's a few things like streaming. The streaming system is in beta so far that we can't fully utilize straight off the bat. And this is also why most likely no other MMO is taking the step to release it right now. We have, you know, like I said, we have our approach where we have a secured way to still be able to support the game with options for this. That is the goal, to make sure we never cripple the performance of our player base. So that is what we're working towards. In chance we can get emote hotkeys. I guess this would be a huge help for our people like my father. Yeah, for sure. So what we want to do is add a macro system that allows you to tie anything, any command to an icon. So you can do the / the emote type, and you can pick an icon, and that ties to that icon. So you can put that one on a hotbar. When you click it, it writes that quickly for you. That's a very efficient way of doing it. We also talked a little bit if you want to do it more game friendly, like tap into these, what is it called, like this radial menu kind of, you know, that some games uses, like when you talk quickly in Battlefield, those types of game, you know, access a menu and then there's a few options and so on. That's one way, but it's a little bit more inefficient if you know these are the emotes you want to have, and then bam, just straight to it, right? So we do plan to add that. We just need to look when. Holy shit, 6 hours, guys. You're keeping me busy talking with you, and when you do, time flies. I was thinking a 2-hour stream today, and I'm hit 6 hours. That is nuts. That is nuts. Some Russian language here, indeed. Don't understand. Bring back Mortal Real, and no need. We will have Mortal Real in the arena and Chosen One eventually. So I don't think we need a separate version for that. Yeah, let me jump down and then I will see. My brother and me always played Ultima Online. My brother left Call of Duty and just play Mortal Online 2. That is awesome, QnA. Mortal Online 2 is a good successor for Ultima Online fans. You will feel straight at home. Yes, we will eventually get those micro hotkeys for emotes, for sure. Just add a radial wheel for emotes. Yeah, that was what I said. We discussed if we wanted to do that. That's one way of doing it. But the macro system was used for quite a few things, so we're getting it there with that system at least. Did you introduce sophistication with TC? Yes. The prominence system will be introduced with TC. I mean, all right. I don't think you ever stream so late. Well done. Sometime I've hit some crazy 6-7 hours, but yeah, I can't understand how the hell did 6 hours pass. What the hell is going on? Sometimes I don't notice time flying. But yeah, this was a long one, even though I plan to do a shorter today. It'd be nice, people. We have some interesting discussions here. Yeah, we have some really cool plans for the arena. I think it would be very fun for those that wanna compete and see on the ladder board how good they are. The Crim system will be refined along with the nation security update with Epic Game release. Yeah, there will be multiple light sources options that will make it better for you when you're also fighting with a sword. We know the quirkiness with the torch, you know, occupying that for you currently. Being the torch bearer is not the most exciting, I guess. Wolves will be patched in our next hotfix. Yeah, it seems like a lot of you guys want us to add a few towered flag colors to choose from to help a little bit with identification. So maybe we can do a small batch of those, because as it looks, we won't be able to make the guild dying system and flag emblem system, sadly, which is a really cool thing, obviously, for TC and guilds. But we want it as soon as we can, but it doesn't look like we will have that luxury additional time. We really need to invest the time in refining the big ones, right? Yeah, with elementalism, you're gonna have a lightning sphere that you will be able to place. It looks really nice and it emits a big area of light. So if you're fighting in a specific dark room, you can always launch that as a elementalist. And then we are looking at there's one more component that we're not going to include in the first pack of elementalism, because it's a new thing that we wanted to have for elementalism that we couldn't make in the first game, that we're making now in Mortal Kombat 2. They're gonna really finalize and put that cream on the top in a really cool way, and a new type of way of adding to the system that will give you additional options here in a very cool way. So yeah, more on that another time. Are there going to be static objectives to contest flip frequently to do with TC? Yes. Schmoozy. So, I mean, first of all, we have the main supply lines for all keep owners, right? Those will be trigger points for many. We're also looking to add a few spread out in the world for anyone nearby to kind of tap into with a small bonus. And those will be there like a static asset in the world that anyone can try to take over. So those will always be there, available to be obtainable or fight for, control. If you want to try to participate in those additional bonuses, that is. Yeah, we're looking at some options overall when it comes to light sources. Obviously, the torch bearer is not effective today, so we need to update that in some way. And it could be that we just tie it to the belt or something like that, so you can still fight and have that light source next in your belt. And then, like I said, there will be various types: alchemy, potions, magic, multiple magic spells, and the component will also give you light sources that you can place, but also have dynamically following you around, stuff like that. So there will be quite a few good options over time, and some of them with elementalism already. There's gonna be a way to enchant weapons with light, like D&D. There will be enchantments, specific types of magic that will allow you to add some specific components, effects to gear and weapons that will have, you know, specific rules and limited use. But yeah, in that way, there will be some options down the road. Flying lightning orb above the head. As a mere human, I really hope lantern and spells like orbs or light or something. Yeah, there will be plenty of options for sure. We will start with a few ones now, and then there will be a few more when we reach those components. Will the weapon glow? So we're never gonna go really crazy when it comes to effects like most MMOs today. You add that and you have this crazy lightning going on forever, right? It's gonna be a little bit more minimalistic, a little bit more like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, you know, a little bit more mystic controlled, a little bit believable, even though it's magic, and not too crazy rainbow effects all over the place. So that is the vision when it comes to all those additional effects tying to gear and such. I'd like to campfire, please. There is, but I assume it's too weak. But there is a light source to a campfire, and that was actually one of the things that you should use that as a utility also. Place it in a big room and you should have some lights there. But it seems it's too dark, it's too little light, right? So maybe we need to boost it, because that should be one option already now. If you're in a big dark room, you should be able to place that to get lights. Last time I checked, when we added onto the game, they had light sources, but it was too weak. It was barely lighting up the room, I think. Right, guys, I hit 6 hours. I think that is a good call for me to call it a night. It's getting late here, and I need to get a little night snack before the bed. And my throat haven't been the best. I feel a little annoyance. I hope I don't get a new cold. That would be unfortunate when I just get good again. Let's let's see if we can do a raid, guys. Gonna do the quick vote before I call it. Let's see. What do we have? Okay. Quick call. These are your options. So anyone we should raid? Yes, giveaway happened a few hours ago. Just click the vote button via Zippo and we'll make the raid happen. Holy shit, I don't get it. 6 hours. How the hell did 6 hour pass? I was a little bit tired today and thought, I'm gonna do a short stream. 2 hours is enough. Bam, 6 hours, longer than normal. You know how you vote, right? You just click the vote button up there, so you don't type it. Don't type the name. Right, so it looks like it's Savman with a big win. So Savman it is. Savman it is. Time goes fast when you're having fun. It's true. I mean, usually these are very chill and relaxed and maybe not too much action for majority of the viewers. So I understand, you know, it's a lot of question and a lot of them get repetitive and many veterans knows a lot of those answers. So I understand that maybe it's not the most exciting streams at all time. That's why I try to plan a few streams ahead or some events to spice things up to bring a little bit more action. But yeah, you know, it's been nice and chill today. We had some good discussions, some good questions. So I enjoy spending time with you. And yeah, as soon as you have a chill time and enjoy time goes fast. That is true. Yeah, we have a hot fix incoming very shortly. I want to say tomorrow as a promise. I always want to make that carefully, but we have a hot fix on test. We just want to make sure we approve it before we go live with it. But yeah, we are planning to do it shortly. All right, guys. It's time to raid. Who the hell was it again? It was Salman. All right. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I appreciate having a nice chill time with you guys. And thank you all for all your subscriptions, donations, and questions. And I will see you soon again. So here goes a little raid to Zaman, UK. All right, enjoy your evening, guys, and give Saman some support. It's always nice to be able to help and promote our awesome streamers to help make awareness of the game. That goes a long way. So we really appreciate that. All right, have a very good night, and I will see you soon again. And yeah, thank you all. And here goes the raid. Bye bye. Good night.